You may be seated. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. It is indeed a pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all members to the first sitting of the House of Representatives for the year 2025, and trust that members have been sufficiently refreshed over the holidays. I'm sure we are all ready to resume contributing in a meaningful way to the proceedings of this House. We have a number of guests with us today, starting with some special guests. Seated to my left, Mr. Brian Caesar, the clerk to the Houses of Trinidad and Tobago, and Mr. Fraser McIntosh, program manager for the Good Governance Project being conducted by the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. He is from the head office. You would better know the acronym CPA. Both gentlemen are here in Jamaica as part of a parliamentary self-assessment exercise, which seeks to evaluate the Parliament's strength, areas for development against measured CPA benchmarks for democratic governance. During their time here, they have and will continue to meet with various stakeholders, both in the public sector, to help them appreciate how our Parliament functions and serves the interests of the Jamaican people, and meet with members here in the Parliament, myself as presiding officer, along with the Senate President, have already had our interviews and discussions. So members, make them welcome. We also have with us today representatives from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation and the National Environment and Planning Agency. From the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Ms. Arlene Williams, our Permanent Secretary. Let's see her here. Ms. Gillian Guthrie, Chief Technical Director. And Leandro Totman, Senior Technical Coordinator. From the National Environment Planning Agency, NEPA, we're expecting to have Leonard Francis, the CEO, Anthony McKenzie, the Director of Environmental Management Conservation Division, and Ms. Kimberly Myrie Essor, the Director of Legal and Enforcement Division, currently acting. I would further like to extend a special welcome to our visitors in the gallery, as well as those who are joining us on the various social media platforms. We should have in attendance today Titchfield High School with 28 students and 2 teachers. Members, before I continue, it is not a way to start the year. You are loud, and one would expect that we would not start 2025 in this way. I hope when the speaker speaks, everybody is always happy. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Bartlett, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Ms. Grange, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mr. Green, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Samuda Matthew, Mr. Morgan, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Whittle, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Ms. Miller, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story. With a professional website,
Mr. Smith, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to join you in welcoming to our Parliament the Clerk of the House of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Brian Cesar, and of course, Mr. Fraser McIntosh, the Manager for Personnel and other developmental activities of the CPA. I had the pleasure of meeting with them this morning, discussing elements of our joint arrangements with Jamaica and the parliamentary fraternity of the Commonwealth. We spoke also about best practices as seen in other jurisdictions, and we examined some of our own processes here with the view of seeing how we can adapt some of those practices. And indeed, we can transmit some of our own best practices to them to be utilized elsewhere. We also had the pleasure of having the Deputy Leader of the House with us, Madam Speaker, as well as the Opposition House Leader who joined, and we had an excellent conversation this morning. We followed that with lunch at the Members' Lounge, and we are excited about entertaining them for the next week, as well as enabling a wider collaboration between themselves and the community of interest in Jamaica, particularly those who have to do with the Parliament, both houses of Parliament, the Senate, as well as the House of Representatives. Madam Speaker, just to reiterate Jamaica's strong partnership with the CPA over many, many years, which has resulted in our being inserted in much of the discourses of the region, and also Jamaica's position being well known. And not only that, our ideas also being sought after. The various clerks of the House that we've had over the period have all been involved, and the House leaders as well as the speakers of the House here have been involved in various areas of activities, not just within the Commonwealth area itself per se, but definitely in the Caribbean. And so we're very happy that the clerk from Trinidad and Tobago is here. And I think it's a kind of a reciprocal arrangement, because our clerk was there in Trinidad a few weeks ago, and she came back with very interesting ideas. And we have to be holding her tight to say, hold on now. It takes a little time before you implement all of those. So again, welcome both of you. and we do look forward to a very fruitful and productive week here in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I'd like also to join you in welcoming the other guests who are here in the house today, but more importantly, to welcome the members back to the chamber for the 2025 session. And if it was said that we did more in 24, we will have to thrive in 25. So we're very excited about that prospect, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today also in the House, we pause to recognize and pay tribute to some stalwarts who have graced these hallowed halls with not only their presence over time, but have contributed greatly to the strengthening of democracy and the business of the representation of the people of this country. Madam Speaker, 4 of our own passed in the last few weeks, and certainly while we were on recess, we had the departure and burial of Mr. Carl Miller, and recently we heard of the passing of Mr. Vincent Edwards, Mr. Emerson Barrett, and Mr. Harry Douglas, the colorful Harry Douglas, as we recall. Madam Speaker, Mr. Carl Miller, who was indeed a personal friend of mine and a schoolmate of mine, as a matter of fact. Carl and I spent 3 good years at the University of the West Indies, and we actually share the same hall, the best hall of all, Irving Hall, of course. And we recognize the other places, like, you know. But we had really good times together. And then, as fate would have it, we joined each other again for a short period in Montego Bay when I was posted to manage Texaco's operation in the West from Montego Bay. And he was then a young clerk of the courts, having just graduated from the UWI. We grew to do so many things, exciting things in Montego Bay, but we didn't share the same political persuasion. The fact of that never ever interfered at all with the strength of the relationship. And I was very happy to be able to eulogize him at his funeral in absentia, though I had to be away. But certainly his beautiful daughter carried the message on my behalf. So Carl Miller, affectionately known as Chief by his supporters in St. James and the wider Western region. Mr. Miller served with distinction as a Member of Parliament for St. James Northwest for 2 terms, and during that time also served as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Public Service, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Public Service and Information, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of National Security and Justice, and Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security and Justice. A fearless advocate, both in and out of the courtroom, he made his mark as a criminal lawyer, tirelessly championing justice and fairness for those who he represented. Beyond his professional achievement, Mr. Miller was a devoted father, a good husband, I am advised, and certainly a brother and a personal friend of mine. His commitment to his constituents and his unwavering dedication to service will remain an enduring legacy. Mr. Vincent Edwards, who served as a Member of Parliament for St. Mary Weston under the banner of the People's National Party during the late 70s. His dedication to the political landscape was profound, not only as a representative of his constituency, but also as a campaign manager for Dr. Peter Phillips, a member of this House today, and a former leader of the PNP, and a holder of several important posts within his party. Beyond politics, Mr. Edwards was a man of many talents. He left an indelible mark in the realms of music and horse racing, excelling as a record producer, sound system operator, and horse racing trainer. His contribution to horse racing is commemorated at the Caymanas Park, when a road named in honor of Di Job, one of the A-class runners trained by Mr. Edwards, serves as a testament to his impact in that area. Mr. Emerson Barrett, public servant, served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. He was a member of Parliament for St. Andrew East Rural from 1989 to 1993. His career was marked by a steadfast dedication to public service, holding several important roles throughout his lifetime. Mr. Barrett's impact extended outside of Parliament as Councillor for the Gordon Town Division and Chairman of the Social Development Commission, and included the diplomatic efforts and as a Consul General in Florida. Most notably, he served as Mayor of Kingston, and during his tenure was part of a memorable moment in our nation's history by presenting the keys to the city to Brazilian football legend Pelé in January 31, 1971. And this was done, of course, ahead of a match between Santos of Brazil and Cavaliers International team at the National Stadium. I knew Emerson Barrett very well also because I represented that area where he lived and had business, the Papine area in eastern St. Andrew during my first iteration in this house, 82-93. And the Barrett family I can speak about as being a really powerful family in the entire east rural side of St. Andrew for sure, and indeed Kingston as a whole. And another brother, Tunti, who has his wife of blessed memory now, is one of the outstanding diplomats that Jamaica has produced, and also a leading person in terms of protocols and the managing and arranging of protocols alongside with the Merrick Needhams of our time. The Barrett family indeed have produced some outstanding sons, and Emerson was definitely one. Mr. Harry Douglas, Pip, as they call it. We also pay tribute to the life of this gentleman, Harry Douglas, who dedicated nearly 2 decades to serving as a member of Parliament for St. Mary Southeastern, from 1989 until his retirement in 2007. And the House could record that, because that was a good innings in this House. Good run. Mr. Douglas also held the position of Minister of State in the Ministry of Water and Housing, where his commitment to improving infrastructure and services greatly benefited his constituents. One of his most enduring contributions was his work in the field of education. Through his leadership, institutions such as Anato Bay High School, Bromley All-Age School, and St. Mary Technical High School were constructed, alongside the repair and upgrading of several other schools. These efforts have left an indelible mark, enriching the lives of countless students and families, not just in the constituency, but across the island. Harry Douglas's unwavering dedication to community development and education will forever be remembered. I can't forget his winsome smile and that infectious laughter that Harry Douglas had. A really jocular, friendly gentleman, and someone who has been able to transcend both sides of the political divide. I recall him with much respect and affection. So these former members, Madam Speaker, dedicated their lives to public service, leaving legacies that have contributed to the growth of the nation and the development of their respective constituencies and nation. We extend our deepest condolences to their families, friends, and all who would mourn their passing. Their service and contribution will never be forgotten. May their souls rest eternal in peace and light perpetual shine on them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Leader of Opposition Business.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I join with my colleague in welcoming us all back here for this session, which we anticipate will not be too lengthy and will, it's an anticipation. And I wish you especially well at this time in your green socks. I want to also join in welcoming our colleagues from the CPA and those who are visiting today. Madam Speaker, the leader of government business has quite rightly started by paying tribute to these 4 outstanding former parliamentarians who have left us. I can't recall at one session 4 members and 4 from one side. So it is particularly significant that that is happening. And the leader of government business has spoken of each. For my part, there's only one who I knew closely because he was here at the time, and we did share borders as political colleagues. That is Mr. Harry Douglas. Harry Douglas was a legend. Yes, yes. He was your typical grassroots politician who was able to speak to and directly with the people. And I think he has left quite a mark for those of us who knew him, who worked with him as an organizer, as someone who remained throughout close to his roots. And I want to remember him fondly in that regard. Of course, we recall also Carl Miller, Emerson Barrett. I knew Mr. Barrett because of the continuing work that he did in this region and the assistance provided when I was the chairman of Region 3. Mr. Barrett was a serious politician, very erudite, and he also was able to keep close to the people at the grassroots level. And of course, Vincent Edwards, I knew after he was in the political government. In fact, I knew him as a racehorse trainer. But the one thing I recall about him, Vincent's wife was always very much a part of his life, and she worked very, very closely with him throughout his endeavors. I want to pay tribute to the families of all of these gentlemen for the way they stood by them, the support that they provided, and especially now we want to express our sympathies to the wives and the children who are involved. So, Madam Speaker, I join in raising this tribute and to wish them well, the families that is, and that for those who have passed on, may light perpetually be granted to them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
There appears to be at least 4 other members who would like to say something. Wow. Member from St. Mary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too would like to join Leader of Government and Opposition Business in paying tribute to the 4 members of this House who have served the people of Jamaica. We'll appreciate, however, Madam Speaker, that My tribute here is primarily about Mr. Harry Douglas, who served as Member of Parliament, as was said, from 1989 to 2007 in the constituency of Southeast St. Mary, the first PNP Member of Parliament to have served for that constituency for 5 consecutive terms, for 19 years, but having defeated the last of the Ross dynasty in Alva Ross, who served as a 5-term Member of Parliament. He started his work in 1984-85, Madam Speaker, and it demonstrated what Harry has always said to his comrades, that if you stick with the people, they'll always support you. And that, Madam Speaker, was what he imbued in me when I entered representational politics in 2002, and he was one of my mentors in the political field, Madam Speaker. He also said, Madam Speaker, that one of the things about politics is whether you have something or you don't have anything, always be with the people. And this had an enduring effect on his stewardship in the constituency. Madam Speaker, Harry Douglas has had roots. His father was from the community of Belfield, St. Mary. And he always loved to say that he was one of the 4 members of Parliament who came from that village. His father was from Belfield, the late Ken Sterling, Horace Clark, himself, and myself, included as the 4th. Madam Speaker, he was a diligent worker, and he was one of those in his organizational capacity who was not necessarily swayed by floral reports about what is happening in the constituency. He had to dwell deep and drill deep down to understand what was happening there. A more loyal comrade you could not find, Madam Speaker. A community man and a constituency man. Harry was one of those who worked, and as was said before, for the development of the Annotto Bay High School. For many, many years, Madam Speaker, there was a sign at the site, the future location of Annotto Bay High School. And that went on for many, many years. But Harry, due to his tenacity and his stick-to-itiveness, pressured then Minister of Education, Maxine Henry Wilson, to have that school constructed. And it was constructed as a, as a tribute to the people of Annotto Bay who saw that their children wanted the secondary education, but could not send them to the other schools. He also was instrumental in the construction of a new school at Bramley, as well as the expansion of the Richmond Secondary School to become the St. Mary Technical High School. Madam Speaker, he was dedicated to his party and his government. And the leader of government business said he was a colorful person. Harry, many can remember, there are some television clips of Harry that will never be forgotten. One was in Westmoreland, when he felt that a particular journalist was not being nice to a particular water turning on function. And all one could hear was Danny Buchanan, who was his senior minister, saying, "Harry, Harry, Harry," because he wanted Harry to leave the journalist alone. Madam Speaker, Harry was one of those persons who was the inventor of Instagram. When he was minister, he was one of those persons who had someone listen to every talk show that was going on. And as soon as there was something about his ministerial constituency, he was on before the person even hung up, And there are some classical ones about exchanges between him and Mrs. Grudon, which we will not speak about here today. As was said, he was known as Peep Peep in his constituency, because whenever he couldn't stop, he would give 2 toots at the horn, Peep Peep. Madam Speaker, I recall in 2002-07, when we were government on that side, and a certain leader, opposition spokesman and finance, who is sitting across here, remember, from Southeast, Northeast Manchester, was seated in the 3rd seat down here. And he was there alluding to what was known then as scandals by the administration. And he was on his feet waxing one day, Madam Speaker, and Harry Douglas came in the parliament and stepped up on the third row there and looked across and saw him and said, Columbus, the discoverer, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria soon sink with you. He was that colorful, Madam Speaker. In fact, Madam Speaker,
we, the members of Family Tech Support, didn't volunteer. We were chosen.
Member of Parliament one day to tour. And when he went into the kitchen of the hospital, Madam Speaker, it was reported in the newspaper that Harry said, my cat, Catherine, would never eat out of a kitchen like this. Madam Speaker, the next day, the cartoon had a picture of MP Harry Douglas driving and a cat strapped in the back of his vehicle, which was supposed to be Catherine. Madam Speaker, Harry was colorful. He was for the people. He was with the people. He was one of those who could use the Jamaican colloquialism, the words, the phrases that you would have to understand what he means when he said so. And some of his favorite ones were, the longest liver see the most. When you show a stone in a hog pen, the one who ball out item lick. And one interesting one, Madam Speaker, you can't dry ice. Think about that. You can't dry ice. You know? And if you know why fowl cackle when they lay the egg, because them telling the world that them do something good. And the final one, Madam Speaker, young bud, no storm. Madam Speaker, a more colorful parliamentarian and member of parliament in the grassroots you could not find than Harry Douglas. He has served his people well. He served his constituency well. The constituency of Southeast St. Mary is grieving for his loss because Harry was part of them. We will always remember him. And Madam Speaker, I want to express condolences from the parish of St. Mary to his wife Venice, his children, the rest of his family, and indeed the political family in Southeast St. Mary. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him.
Member from St. Catherine South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join my colleagues in bringing tribute to our former colleagues here, Mr. Emerson Barrett, Carl Miller, Harry Douglas, and Vincent, popularly known as Vin Edwards. I happen to have served with two of these four former members. Carl Miller for one term and Harry Douglas for 4 terms. No, while he was in this house, in the house. Indeed, for Carl Miller, we remained very good friends after he left the house. And we continued, our relationship continued until his passing. Harry Douglas, as the member from Central St. Mary indicate, is somebody you could never not know and feel close to. Harry was just Harry. Affable, sincere, and I want to underscore sincere. And those are some attributes that I think all of us can learn from and build on. I have learned a lot from Harry Douglas as a member of parliament and as a politician on the ground. He caused me to learn as member from Central St. Mary, said, if you stay close to the people, they'll never leave you. And I can verify that that's what has contributed to my being in this house up to now, being close to the people and remain belonged to them. And out of that experience, you can better understand and appreciate their feelings, their sensitivities, their needs, and of course, improve your ability to represent them. Vin Edwards served in Western St. Mary. I knew him after his tenure as a member of parliament. But I knew him since I started my time as a political activist in Portmore, and indeed throughout my whole political life in Portmore. He lived in Portmore, and as such, he has been an active part of the Portmore community, and as was mentioned, the racing fraternity. I dare to say he was a major foundation in the racing industry in Portmore. And by extension, contributed greatly to the social and economic life of Portmore, because the horse racing industry is a significant part of the Portmore economic landscape. And he played an active role for many, many years. I'll say this too. If it wasn't for Vin Edwards, on many occasions, we would not be able to keep the industry, some stability in the industry, because he has a way of relating to all the various stakeholders. Some of them find him a bit cantankerous at times, but he's very stern when he believes in something, but very affable. And the funny thing about Vin is that he can be that stern, but he has that smile. In fact, just before coming here today, I was on the telephone with his wife, and I was reminiscing about that smile of Vin, how enduring he was, and how he was able to cause you to feel comfortable in his presence. So indeed, he has made a tremendous contribution, even after his tenure in this house, to the Portmore community. I can speak of, and no doubt, in many other communities like in St. Mary, where he had some strong linkages. The people of Portmore, and in particular the racing fraternity in St. Catherine, mourn his loss. And they, on the appropriate occasion, the leader of opposition is aware of, will celebrate his service in that, to that community and that industry. Carl Miller. Carl Miller was a special human being. You have to really know Carl and interacted with him to appreciate that person. Again, his very presence, being in his midst, is an experience by itself. And I mentioned about these human characteristics of these persons, Madam Speaker, because as members of Parliament, outside of seeing to the repairs of roads and other infrastructure, one of our responsibilities is to contribute to the cohesiveness within communities and among people. And those characteristics are critical in representational politics that they have demonstrated. And so I have learned from them. And they have caused me to be a better representative. So I give tribute to them, as we celebrate their lives. And I want to convey my condolences to their respective families and their respective communities, church communities, home communities, etc., that they relate to. They no doubt are mourning their losses, and we join them, not in mourning their losses, but to celebrate their respective lives. May their soul rest in peace, and light shines perpetually on them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from pardon me? That's House Leader. Members, the mics go on one after the other. For tributes, I really do not want to ask you to be brief, but if we're not careful, you'll be doing tributes for the entire session today. So next is the member from St. James Central.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I feel as if your statement was directed at me. Rest assured.
Not at all. And member who wondered about the speed at which his mic was being turned on, the speaker has no control. Your mics go on one after the other in the order in which you turn them on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear my colleague, the minister from Portland, wondering aloud whether I knew any of the deceased. Madam Speaker, I rise to express my condolences to the family of Mr. Carl Miller in particular, his family back in St. James. I want to say to them that they can be assured that Mr. Miller made a contribution way beyond partisan politics. When I came to the bar in the mid-1990s, I joined the office of the DPP, which was and still is, was a department of the Ministry of National Security and Justice. The two ministries were joined at the time. Beyond my prosecutorial duty, I was immediately drawn into training of public officers and other civil servants, as well as I became heavily involved in issues relating to the reform of the justice sector. Those aspects of the work, Madam Speaker, brought me into close contact with the leadership of the Ministry of National Security and Justice. And that is where I encountered Minister Miller, as he then was, along with his senior minister. Madam Speaker, I recall him fondly for the kind and gentle manner in which he interacted with us in the civil service. And I think it is a lesson for all of us who serve politically to learn that our work is not just restricted to the political realm, that when we are entrusted with these high offices of membership in this honorable house or ministerial duty, our work takes us in direct contact with a wider public service and the narrower civil service. And in those times, Madam Speaker, resources were scarce and the conditions of service in the justice sector were harsh. Some of the things that are taken for granted now were the wish lists of those of us who came into the system at the time. And so I interacted frequently with Mr. Miller, and I recall how caringly he addressed those issues. And I just want to say to his family that they can be assured that his work in public service has touched the lives of many. May he truly rest in peace.
Madam Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to 4 former colleagues, one not being a colleague from the House, but in the fraternity to which I belong. We were very close friends at the racetrack and between farms, etc. So I start with Vin Edwards. Vin was a tremendous enthusiast and a most knowledgeable person in the field of horse racing and training. He was successful in that he trained 4 of the best horses ever to run at Caymanas Park. It so happens that I ended up owning 2 of them later on. But he was a person, not only did he know the industry, but he was ably supported on a daily basis by his lovely wife. You could never go to one of the stores, supply stores, and don't see them together. They were inseparable. And so I extend to his dear wife my deepest condolences from my family to her. Carl Miller was a good friend of mine. We became very good friends. And the thing I appreciated most about Carl is that he had a great sense of humor. If a person in this place doesn't entertain and support a great sense of humor, this place will at times drive you insane. Carl was a great figure of relief for so many of us. In the midst of a heated debate, he would inject something about the subject being debated that would make you laugh and forget your troubles. He was a nice person, a thoughtful person, a helpful person, and I've always wondered how he was doing. And to know now that he has passed on, I really have to say how meaningful his contributions to this honorable house was. Emerson Barrett. I have known him, or I knew him for many, many years, but I really knew him by his nickname in Israel, St. Andrew. They called him Water Boy. And the reason they called him Water Boy is because he was famous for his contribution to providing water when he was a councillor. He ran unsuccessfully against David Lindo, but just by way of an experience that illustrates the nature of the man was one night at my house in Gordontown where I lived. We had this party and a neighbor didn't like the sound of the music, it was too loud. So they ran into the house, pulled off the turntable, dropped it on the ground and took off through the door. I don't know who, but somebody fired a shot in the air and the police descended on the house, on the compound. We had there in attendance Louise Bennett, Honorable Louise Bennett, and we had Jeannette Barrett, who was then acting mayor. And the police who was in charge of the detail came in and said, "Who is Samuda?" And Jeannette got up and said, "Officer, I am the acting mayor of Kingston St. Andrew. And I'm here to tell you that we are all Samudas in this house." You have no idea of the impact that had on all those who were present. That's an era that has passed. You won't get that kind of sentiment expressed at this time anymore, it seems to me. So I respected him, I liked him. He was a very considerate man, hardworking member, strong supporter of the People's National Party, indeed represented them in Israel, St. Andrews, the council, and was in this house as a member of parliament. He was a wonderful person, and to his whole entire family that are stationed in Gordontown, I extend to them our deepest sympathies. So I turn now to Harry Douglas. Harry was easily the most humorous man who has ever come in this house. The way he spoke, the jokes he gave, the anecdotes, all of it was a nicely woven package that made him so endearing to anybody who met him. You just simply could not dislike Harry Douglas. It so happens that we have something in common, and I know perhaps you're going to say something on it? Yes. My son, Harry's son, and Derek Smith's son, one of whom is in the house, we'll see afterwards. They became friends at school, sharing different parents, sharing different political perspectives. One of the parents, of course, shared on both sides, so it's hard to determine which one was more appealing to them. But I will say this, they have over these many years. When I got the call, it was from my son Jordan, who was in class with him. And he said, we just had a three-way conversation. All three of us, two Dwaynes and one Jordan, met on the phone and expressed their sympathies to his son Dwayne and recalled some fine moments that they had as youngsters. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to join everyone who has expressed their sympathies and their support and some recollections that are encouraging and can only move us forward. So let us thank God for their lives, thank God for their contributions, and may their souls rest in peace. Thank you.
The member from St. Mary's Southeast. Members, as one member asks quietly, the mics go on one after the other, not based on the speaker selection. Since we implemented this new mic system, once your mic is turned on, then the machine picks it up one after the other. If by chance you turn your mic off and you turn it on again, it means you're now at the end of that line of persons waiting to be heard. So the member from St. Mary's Southeast is next.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It would be remiss of me not to stand in this honorable house to pay tribute to the former Member of Parliament for Southeast St. Mary, Harry Douglas. As we would have heard from other speakers, Harry served the constituency for 18 years. And of course, he died at a grand old age of 83. I would have seen in the Bible in Psalm 90 that speaks about 70. And if there's strength, there's four scores. So in this case, Harry was full of strength because, of course, he died at 83. But Madam Speaker, I personally did not know Harry Douglas. Though I'm from Anotabe, I would have seen him on occasion, but I'd never spoken with him. But from all what has been said here and all that I would have heard, Harry was always a very colorful person. One thing I can remember, and I realize nobody has spoken about it, is that there was a talk show, where they mentioned Gludon, Perkins Online. And that much I remember of Harry Douglas, because he would always have this banter with Murty Perkins. And when he came on, Murty Perkins would say, "Who is this now? Peep, peep." So that much I remember. But Madam Speaker, I also want to bring to the attention of the House one of the things I believe has defined us as a people. And maybe that's why our motto is "out of many, one people." Because sometimes, no matter what the circumstances are, the political divide that exists between us, when we realize that a colleague is either sick or a case like this was passed, we can all speak of that individual as if that individual is our brother or our sister. That is who we are as a people. And Madam Speaker, I personally want to offer my condolences to the family, to the party, and to the supporters of Harry Douglas in Southeast St. Mary. But I also want to hasten to say, do not be dismayed, because I am there as a Member of Parliament. This there is another passage that says, and this we have to, as people, as a people, and here in the political arena, to remember that it is appointed unto man once to die, but after death comes the judgment. But this verse, what it does, it emphasizes that death, though final and singular, and we know it's inevitable, it suggests that death is not really the end, but a transition to another reality. So maybe some of us will see Harry again. And there's another point I want to make is that sometimes we're vilified as politicians by a cross-section of the population. But when we serve, I believe we always serve in the best interest of people. Always. And there's a saying that says, when men on earth has done their best, only angels in heaven will do the rest. So I want to say on behalf of the people of Southeast St. Mary, we will all mourn with you, but we understand that this is a natural part of life. And we offer our deep condolences to the family and supporters. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Next is the member from St. Catherine Southwest.
No, Warming, Desmond.
No,
Desmond.
Warmington's my cousin, you know. You turned it off. Oh, you hit the wrong one. No, it was very deliberate, member, to turn on the next one. Yes, member. Yes, so you turned off your mic by accident. Let me take a look. I have a good enough idea. No, but three. Who else? No, the member from Kingston West next. Then we'll take you, member from St. Catherine Southwest, and then the member from St. Andrew Southeast. You don't turn on your mic by any chance, member. And then the member from St. Mary, St. Mary Western. And members, though the standing orders do not stipulate the length of time for tributes and the number of tributes. In the interest of time, we have a long agenda today, and I'm imploring you to wrap up the tributes. Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to make my contribution as quick as possible. Vin Edwards, Madam Speaker, was someone who I knew because of the racing industry. His political journey was one that I didn't enjoy much because of the side that he chose. But in terms of his activities in racing, he was someone who was well respected. And the industry, as has been said before, has lost an outstanding son. And I want to share in those sentiments as it relates to the late Vin Edwards. Carl, my good friend Miller, someone who I enjoy a good personal relationship with. I can recall on many occasions the various discussions that we would have around cricket. And he was an ardent cricket fan, and we used to meet at Sabina Park. And we'd have had long discussions about the game. And it was all good fun. I want to personally, Madam Speaker, reach out to Sandra Hill Miller, Carl's sister, who I have a very good relationship with, and to express on my behalf my personal condolences on his passing and to say to her, encourage her to be strong, because Carl did play an important role in shaping Jamaica as one of the outstanding politicians. I never had the chance of serving with Jeannette in the KSAC. He was a couple of years before me. But I did enjoy, when I served as mayor of Kingston, the benefit of his experience when he served as mayor. And I believe the KSAC, now known as the KSMAC, has been blessed, Madam Speaker, in producing some outstanding councillors who went on to become ministers of government and has contributed significantly to Jamaica's development. And I want to personally express my gratitude and thanks to former Mayor and Member of Parliament, Emerson Gerard Barrett. Madam Speaker, I think I am the only one in this House that can speak without fear of contradiction about Harry Douglas, because we started together in 1977 when he replaced Douglas Graham as councillor for the Raytown division of the KSAC. And I have enjoyed many, many great moments with Harry Douglas in the KSAC and outside of the KSAC. And as been said, Madam Speaker, his contribution, not just to being a member of Parliament, but as a councillor, was outstanding. And we have shared many great moments, Madam Speaker. And today, I want to join in the parade of those who are expressing appreciation for their contribution. And Madam Speaker, let it not be said that local government has contributed significantly to the growth of Jamaica, because we have had councillors who went on to become outstanding members of Parliament. And Harry Douglas did, Madam Speaker, prove to be an outstanding local government practitioner who graduated into this honorable House, Madam Speaker. And I want to share these sentiments because I knew Harry personally as a friend, a very good friend, Madam Speaker. And I think Jamaica has been a better place because of people like Harry Douglas. May their souls rest in peace, and may they enjoy the rest that they so richly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from St. Catherine, Southwest.
Madam Speaker, I stand humbly to speak of my friend. There are several members today, former members, that tribute are being paid to. I know of, but not knowing personally. But Harry Douglas was my personal friend. In the 80s, you have people like Terry Gillett, Horace Clark, Foggy Mullings, Dudley Thompson were my personal friend in this house. And Ralph Brown, a fraternal brother. When I came back here, Harry was a personal friend. I knew of Harry because he was one who was on the radio program all the while, the talk show, before he beat Foggy, Sandy Ross. So I heard about him long before. And I met Harry on a flight to New York. We sat beside each other and we started talking. And we became personal friends, real friends. While he was a minister of state and I was a caretaker, I could go to Harry and ask Harry for assistance.
Did he get it?
Yes, he did. He was a decent PMP.
You mean like
Was
all
a
of us?
decent.
Like all of us.
I went beyond the point of party to assist a friend and assist Jamaica. And that's why he and I were really, really good friends. And today, I honor the memory of an honorable man, Harry Douglas, who has been a personal friend. Madam Speaker, I'll be honored if I'm allowed to attend the funeral of Harry Douglas. The problem I have, Madam Speaker, is that on that side, when the funeral becomes a PMP rally, but I hope I'll be able to attend a funeral service and not a rally. You know I'm correct, but I'll be honored, Madam Speaker, if I'm allowed to sit and honor my good friend, my personal friend, as we lay him to rest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I didn't know Carl Miller through politics, but his wife at the time, who's still alive, is a good friend of my parents. And so I knew two of his children very well. And I refer to him as Uncle Carl because I grew up with him as extended family. And while I wasn't around when he was active in politics, what I can say about him, he was a committed Jamaican. He loved his family, he loved his country, and he was just a sincere.
Welcome to the Waverhood.
The Wayfair vibe at our place.
His friendship extended beyond those on this side, but to many others. So I want to pay tribute to him as someone I knew personally and the contribution he made in St. James, but more broadly to Jamaica as a whole. For Vin Edwards, again, he would have completed his service long before I became involved in politics. But when I was General Secretary, I would say on a weekly basis, I would get a phone call from Vin Edwards to offer his thoughts, his advice, his perspective on issues. And I greatly appreciated that. He would come to the office just to share. And while I wouldn't call that formal mentorship, I certainly gained a lot from the experiences that he had and his continued interest in the political process. For Harry, again, I didn't serve when he was here, but Harry remained active in the political vineyard even after he left representational politics. And he was certainly a mentor to me and many others of us as younger politicians coming up. He would always offer advice in a very direct way. And a common theme of Harry was always his relationship with his constituents and the need to remain close to those constituents. I didn't have the privilege of knowing Jeannette Barrett very well, but I know of his contribution, particularly in East Rural St. Andrew and the broader Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation. So we're grateful for their contribution to improving the body politic in Jamaica, and may their souls rest in peace and light perpetually shine upon them.
The two final members remaining, the member from St. Mary Southwest, your mic will come on second, but you are slated to speak first. St. Mary West. And then the member from St. Andrew Northwest.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to join my colleagues in paying tribute to the members who have passed to the other house in the other place. But I would like to pay special tribute to Mr. Vin Edwards. We grew up in the same community in St. Mary, and I grew up calling him Uncle Vin. And I can well remember the days when King Edward's discotheque ruled the roost in St. Mary. Sound system as Desmond. And where Minister Grange would pass through now and again to drop a leg. And he was responsible for showing to rural youth some of the names of the day like King Stitch and those persons who would come to St. Mary to toast on King Edward's, which was the big sound at the time. Uncle Vince, also a lot of persons don't know, got himself into the transport business, and his brother Edgar took that on, having riding west. And Billy Red were the names of his buses, taking us to St. Mary High School. And the Edwards family is still very strong in Western St. Mary. And he served as counselor for the Boscobel division. And then in the by-election after the unfortunate passing of A.J.R. Byfield, Vin Edwards became the member of parliament. And I remember in the run-up to the 1980 elections, a number of about 4 carloads of misguided comrades turned up at our gate. And before they could show their true intent, Uncle Vin was on the spot, asking them what they were doing and ordered them to leave. The community, of course, will miss Uncle Vin, and we will have our appropriate celebrations of him in the community of Pembroke Hall. Harry Douglas, Madam Speaker, as it has been said before, was a character all by himself. When I became a counselor, Harry called me, was one of the first persons to call me on the very night of election to say congratulations. And then in the 1998 parish council elections, when I became the only JLP councillor for the parish, he called me the day after to say that I should pattern his pathway, because when things are impossible, you can find a way. In the 2003 elections, when we had the majority, he called me again the night before swearing in to say that he heard a rumor that I would not be mayor, but he's going to make sure that I was the mayor. Because there's a tradition in St. Mary at parish council that the side with the minority doesn't turn up at swearing in. You come at the first meeting of council to swear in. Just a tradition that has been there. And Harry Douglas called me to say that the 5 PNP councillors at the time would be in Port Maria in case I needed them to vote for me to be chairman of the parish council. I will never forget that. And my first week as mayor, he came to visit me, and he gave me 2 bits of advice, which I have taken. He said, people are going to be detractors, people are going to say good things and bad things about you, but always ensure that they spell your name right. The second bit of advice he gave me, he says, as mayor, you must ensure that the police deal with police matters. You are not a police. So if anybody thief at the parish council, don't make nobody come to you and beg no chance and you go try work around it. Report it to the police. And I have reported many at the parish council because the police must do what the police must do. The parish of St. Mary well remembers Catherine, the cat. And we will remember his advice to all politicians in the parish, whether you're JLP or PNP. Harry Douglas was that kind of person, that mentor. And he would tell you that if you're having a difficulty, if you feel depressed, if there was any issue, give him a call. And I've had reasons to give him a call many times, and we have exchanged pleasantries and we have spoken. But he has left his mark on the parish, and he was a colorful character, very warm, but above all, he was a gentleman, and he had the interest of St. Mary. And we can say about Vin and Harry that, like in the Bible, where the error was made about the Good Samaritan, we know that it was a good St. Mary man. And we lift a tribute to both gentlemen. Thank you.
The member from St. Andrew Northwest.
Madam Speaker.
The first time you're talking.
Yeah, my first time speaking. I wish speaking for the first time would be a
Member,
happier
something
time.
is going wrong with the mics. No, it's just not coming on. It's turned on from here. Turn the mics off again, please, everybody. It's on now? Oh.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I rise to give brief greetings, a brief tribute to my good friend, Harry Douglas, Madam Speaker. Harry Douglas and I have been friends. Harry's eldest son and I have been friends best friends for just shy of 30 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in Harry Douglas, like me, what you see is what you get. There's no ambiguity with Harry Douglas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in these 30 years, as you can imagine, Harry and I have had many, many conversations about politics, and we hardly agree on anything, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like Harry and I have a lot in common, Madam Speaker, where we started our political career at the KCAC, and Harry worked hard, stuck with the people, and continued to rise through the political ranks, Madam Speaker, a trajectory that I also aspire to emulate. Madam Speaker, and surpass. Thank you. Madam Speaker, last week, Thursday, when I spoke to Harry Douglas, after knowing he's been ailing for some time, we had a good conversation, brief conversation, but I had no idea. He sounded good, we had a good laugh about, of course, politics. And I never anticipated that in 2 days after that day, he would have transitioned, Madam Speaker. So just want to go on record to say condolences to him, his family, his colleagues, the people of Southeast St. Mary that he loved so, so much. And may his soul rest in peace, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Member from St. Andrew South, Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, losing 4 senior stalwarts of our movement, our party, in a relatively short space of time has been a very sad situation for the opposition and the People's National Party. And a lot has been said already about each of them. And I think it's been a good way to start the year in Parliament because of the quality and genuineness of what has been said on both sides of the aisle about these former parliamentarians and politicians. I want to say a few words about Vin Edwards. He was a pioneer of the sound system industry in Jamaica. King Edwards the Giant, the sound that was started by him and his brother, it was a leading sound at a time when Jamaican popular music was really emerging as a cultural force, alongside Duke Reid sound and Coxsone sound as the leaders. I was recently watching a series of short videos on YouTube about King Edwards, the Giant sound, and he was touring parts of Kingston, Western Kingston, where they used to play frequently. I think 5 different venues, Chocomo Lawn and all around there, you know? And yeah, it was, I think it's a significant contribution to Jamaica's popular musical culture that he has documented, actually, Vin himself, in his autobiography, which I recently received a copy of from Dr. Omar Davies, and I look forward to reading. But, you know, he was obviously a man of many parts because he went on, after his career in politics, to be such a a legend in the horse racing industry. I mean, I think he was a powerful force there and someone who was sometimes feared by those who were on the other side of negotiations because he broke no quarter. But everyone has said what a gentle and lovely person he was in other moments when he wasn't, advocating and agitating for the stakeholders that he represented. Jeannette Barrett, former mayor of Kingston. There's an iconic photograph that's been going around of him handing over the keys to the city of Kingston to the legend Pele at the National Stadium in 1971. And he also had a multifaceted career, not only serving in politics, but in the Foreign Service of Jamaica and serving on important boards in the public sector as well. And the Barrett family have gone through a lot in a relatively short space of time, losing Ambassador Madge Barrett and now Jeannette Barrett, but also other family members as well. And I wanted to express particular condolences to them. And, one of the daughters of the family, Keisha Anderson, is the treasurer of our party and is playing a wonderful role at this time. Harry Douglas, one of a kind. I heard him on the talk shows frequently, calling in. Nothing could touch any issue where he was involved and he didn't ensure that he called in to respond to it and put his side forward. I think he's unique in that regard. And we've heard, how in touch he was as a grassroots politician. I can only say that he had a very engaging smile and he was a very lovely person to deal with. And apparently was an expert in all matters of the law, even though he was not a lawyer. Yeah, you got to him for, yes, very British lawyer. And, Carl Miller, former member of the same profession as I am. And, we've heard what a gentle giant he was as a minister dealing with those elements in the public sector that touched and concerned his ministry, and more generally, how he operated in Parliament and brought humor, which could often diffuse tense situations. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to thank the contributors to the tributes today for doing so in the finest traditions of this House and for suitably honoring the legacy and memories of these four fine Jamaican statesmen who have served their country well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the agenda today, as you have indicated, is fairly long. The Minister of National Security and Deputy Prime Minister is scheduled to make a statement by a minister, and then, of course, the program will move accordingly. Madam Speaker, the member is in the precincts of the House, and I have no doubt he perhaps is hearing my voice as we speak. But in the event that he's not able to be present at this moment because of exigencies of a sort or another, I would invite you to proceed with the agenda as stated.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual reports of the National Council on Education for the financial year 2016-2017, annual reports of the Jamaica Library Service for the financial year 2011-2012, annual reports of the Early Childhood Commission for the financial years 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, and 2016, 2017. Annual report of the Maritime Authority of Jamaica for the financial year 2020-2021. Annual report of the Auditor General's Department for the financial year 2023-2024. Auditor General's Department Performance Audit Report, Managing Government Social Benefit Programs. The annual report of the Tourism Enhancement Fund for the financial year 2023-2024. The report of the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee on its deliberations on the reports of the Integrity Commission. The Financial Administration and Audit, Authorization to Purchase Shares, Inter-American Investment Corporation Resolution 2025, Jamaica's subscription to available shares under the Inter-American Investment Corporation Second General Capital Increase under the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Annual reports and audited financial statements of the Rural Agricultural Development Authority for the year ended March 31, 2020. Along with its related ministry paper numbered 01 of 2025. Annual report and audited financial statements of the SCJ Holdings Limited for the financial year 2018-2019 and its related ministry paper numbered 02 of 2025. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Coconut Industry Board for the year ended December 31, 2021 and its related ministry paper number 03 of 2025. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Sugar Industry Authority for the year ended October 31, 2019 and its related ministry paper numbered 04 of 2025. Annual report and audited financial statements of the National Irrigation Commission for the year ended March 31, 2023 and its related ministry paper numbered 05 of 2025. The Auditor General's Department certified appropriation accounts under Head 4000 for the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for the year 2013-2014, and finally under Head 06000 for the Offices of the Services Commission for the financial year 2018-2019. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of the item statement by ministers to allow the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security to make a statement.
Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Statement by Minister. Minister of National Security and Deputy Prime Minister. Turn on your mic, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. House Leader.
You should have copies. Copies of the minister's statement has been circulated.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, this being the first of the House for the calendar year, let me first add my best wishes for a productive year. And good to see all my colleagues back in here. We know it will be a year of robust debates, but it's an election year. Election is due by September, and therefore we expect some robust but hopefully intelligent and constructive debate during the course of the time that we call it. As we seek to advance legislation and policies. My statement this afternoon, Madam Speaker, provide an update on our approach, the comprehensive crime fighting strategy of this government, which has shown some results. We are not here with a victory chant, Madam Speaker, but the people of Jamaica should be made appraised of what we are doing, a reminder of some of the things we're doing to address crime in a meaningful way and to restore good order in our community. In addition, Madam Speaker, a matter of this nature is one that should be interrogated and debated in Parliament, not in any special room outside by those who want to be security experts. Any call for further discourse beyond Parliament to suggest that the opposition is not carrying out their duty. While that may be true, it does not justify moving this discussion of such national importance to the effective crime fighting, Madam Speaker, is an expensive operation. And I'm not here this evening seeking credit for the good work that has been done by the police and the government. It takes cash to carry out security work, and I need cash. But indeed, Madam Speaker, the other member of the House who deserves full credit, the member from West Central St. Andrew and leader of the Jamaica Labour Party and Prime Minister, was demonstrated commitment and courage and leadership in difficult times in ensuring we maintain our policy.
It's all repaired. It reflects when it's the work of a pro.
Join the tens of thousands of Canadians starting their weight loss journey at felix.ca.
We took a country which has an extremely high homicide rate, and violence is common practice throughout Jamaica, unfortunately. But for the first time, a commitment was made by the government to strengthen up security force, invest in our people, and provide policies that would seek to restore peace and good order in our community. I want to review what we have been doing as a country to this point, mindful that is merely the beginning, and we're pursuing further improvements and reduction and to assure the country of further reductions in the homicide rate and improvement in the communities that are challenged. National security is a matter of great importance to every Jamaican. It impacts not only our safety, but our economic development and quality of life. I want to reiterate that our commitment as a government is addressing the crime challenges clear and steadfast. We remain resolute in our pursuit of a safer Jamaica. The facts at hand speak forcefully to that. Madam Speaker, in the Jamaica Labour Party's 2016 manifesto, we indicated and the 2020 clearly that national security would be a top priority. In fact, I think it's the first first political party to have placed in their manifesto national security as a priority. It was, for the first time, it was being addressed in that context as a central policy of government to be one of the pillars on which there would be growth and development. Indeed, social stability and macroeconomic stability are the two pillars on which you build the country. The policy of this government, therefore, of national security was laid down from the very beginning. It is not a reactionary operation or reactionary plans. The approach we have taken is carefully considered, structured, deliberate, and guided by evidence-based data and information. Our strategic direction was outlined in three fundamental pillars, namely, strengthening and transformation of security forces, social transformation of challenged and vulnerable communities, ensuring an effective, appropriate legislative framework. Today, I'll focus more on the first, which is the transformation and strengthening of our security forces. That was made the first priority in terms of investment because it is a critical thing to reduce the homicide rate in our country. We care about Jamaican lives. Our plan is to reduce that. This government, this party and this minister and the leader of this government and the cares about Jamaican and their welfare. States of public emergency were designed to save lives and bring down the murder rate quickly. Save lives at the very beginning. As we rebuild and transform our security forces for lasting change, we care about the lives of Jamaicans. Because it's strange that when we raised the issue, we said at the very beginning, we come today, at the very beginning, that this was the plan of the government of the Jamaica Labour Party. We would use strong legislative measures to reduce the homicide rate while we build out the security forces and initiate strategic social transformation ventures, write laws which take some time themselves, but would save lives, create greater safety in the community. We've got to the point where we're beginning to make progress. We're not yet anywhere near the victory that some would suggest we are saying. We had 269 less murders last year, and that's a beginning in the right direction, without the strong measures which we had advocated at the beginning. The critical elements in this rebuilding and transformation was equipping the Jamaica Constabulary Force with a state-of-the-art infrastructure to government Project Rock. initiatives which ensure that our police officers have modern, fit-for-purpose workplaces, and the ecosystem in which they operate was in fact fit for professionals to operate and give us results. Currently, approximately 22 billion investment is still committed on the ground. I gather that spokesman are no longer in the House, in the Senate, in the upper house, and security made some comment about the amount of money we're spending. But he was in government, a senior member of government, a general secretary of the party, and no money was coming to security. Indeed, they defunded the police and then asked them to operate. Right? We'll declare the record. They gave them money. The record alluded to, Madam Speaker. Everybody knows that it came post the state of public emergency in 2010. And one is wondering if this is because of that improvement in homicide that they refuse to support state of emergency. That is the fact. And it's not debatable. No, but it's a fact. Talk to the experts. 2010 decline for 3 years. It took, those who write will tell you, members, it took the gangs 30 months to reorganize. And then came the inquiry and you went up. And whatever action you took was based on your plans, was based on organizing a hitman squad by frustrated policemen. And as a result of that, the government came up, initiated the laws for Indicom because that's what's happening. Not careful as a fact. Right? Upgrading our telecommunication system to provide reliable and extensive P25 coverage across the island is important. Advancing our technological infrastructure of JCF, enabling the digitization and automation of manual processes to improve efficiency and delivery. The JCF today is the most advanced government agency in digitization. But most critical, Madam Speaker, is the development of the human capital of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. The commendation they are receiving today is fine, and we looked at that, but it didn't come about by luck. The government set about to work to provide, to develop the Jamaica Constabulary Force by increasing numbers, increase and expanding training. Said very early in our presentation that would ensure that the officer corps and the supervisor corps is expanded to at least 3.5 to 4% of the body of the police, because that's what is required to supervise police. The body of speech is there on the record. That ensures that policemen now are being promoted based on merit, because the space is available. Today, that is one of the most satisfying things with the officers. It took promotion out of the political arena, the personal arena, and all of that. Right? So today, the improved compensation will not affect the force, not in terms of just cash they take out, nothing great, enrich anyone, but it showed respect. The promotional scheme in place based on merit and training and an improved structure for salary shows a level of respect for police which has never been shown before. Madam Speaker, we ended the calendar year with a total of 1,141 murders, a reduction of some 260 or 19% when compared to 2023. This translates to a murder rate of approximately 40 per 100,000, placing Jamaica 7th for the first time in a long time in the Caribbean countries. While this is unacceptably high, we must acknowledge the progress made. And this is against the background with the criminal purveyors of violence seem to be spreading their wings throughout Caribbean and Latin America, and we have been taking it in the opposite direction as a result of the effort of the government in strengthening the security forces and putting them in a position where they can fight the significant criminal activity criminals around us who are bent on violence. The chart shows that many islands ahead of us that used to, unfortunately, were islands with years of peace and quiet. We take no joy in their trauma, but it reflects a trend that is worrying. And the fact that we've been able to go in the opposite direction tells us we're beginning to do things correctly. our current murder figures is well below the 1208 recorded in 2015 when we took government, and as well as 31% below the 2017 figure when we started to aggressively address the problem and execute the plans we had put in place to improve the security forces.
Good government.
Madam Speaker, it must be pointed out that when we assumed office in 2016, the country had already experienced a significant 20% increase in murders annually, which peaked in 2017. The records will show that, and the result and the cause of that. We are now seeing the impact of our deliberate and consistent focus on improving the security forces and providing with the tools and manpower needed to undertake their critical mission of keeping our country safe and secure. We have adopted a highly systematic approach to disrupting criminal gangs as well.
Yes.
But it took the expansion of the force.
Yeah.
They are targeting high-risk criminals. The issue of doing so, as I have alluded to earlier, the approach we have today is nothing like what was done in the past. When small teams of police officers, almost a legitimate hit squad, because they were frustrated. They had no other choice. They had no tools to fight with. The stations were falling apart. In fact, the station in Savloma, which is still being utilized somewhat as we build a new facility, the people are falling through the floor. The fact of anybody want to go there, one officer twisted their ankle, we had to send her home for some time, and because the character of the building in which they're operating was just unacceptable and, in fact, was not fit for occupation by any professional. We have changed all of that. But I have to refer to, as reference was made about adopting a policy of targeting. We have adopted the Commissioner of Police. The operation is their strength. We discuss their needs and their advice. A focused deterrence. Focused deterrence is designed to reduce crime even before apprehending. In this process, they have identified some 300 individuals who are associated with violence. And we're not sending anybody out there to go and practice, remove them. Star policeman to remove star criminals. This is an organized process involving intelligence, investigators, and operations, right? And
that's a good point on which to say, Minister, your time for speaking has expired. House Leader.
I look at that. 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the members' time having expired.
Give me time to expire, finish up.
I beg to move that the time be extended by 5 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation. Madam Speaker, it is
complete.
Yes, to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Question is that the minister's time be extended by no more than 20 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Something may be wrong with the clock, Minister. Even though it's showing you with additional time, we also clock you separately.
Thank you very much. Let me thank the members for allowing me to complete. Focused deterrence is described as is a policy in which the security forces track the elements involving criminal activity. And it's not a question of going out there to, as I said, take down star criminals by star policemen. It's a structured program, and I could say in this house without calling names and numbers of the first batch of the 300 that they targeted. 2/3, I want to explain, Madam Speaker, 2/3 are currently before the courts. Because we have the police that is operating as a police force, with investigators, combining intelligence with investigations, and the operations team. And when they are targeted and we build the case files, they end up in court once they realize the police are them. A number of them, of course, flee the island. Some 20% have, in fact, fled the island because they know we have identified them. And a number, of course, would in fact engage the police in combat, and they have met their demise. But there's a smaller number than would suggest in their targeting operation. In addition to that, the police is following 150 unresolved conflicts across various communities, and they monitor and track them. So in order to achieve all of this, was a there's a practice we had to do the enhancement. We had to, in fact, expand the police. Proximity policing, along with enhanced public order, we need the increase in the resource available to the police force. And maybe pause here in what I had thought of speaking earlier, later on. There was a small spike in December, which in January, the second week of January, we suggest that after what was maybe the best month of December in 20 years, we are going back the old ways. I cannot give details, Madam Speaker. We are aware, but not only aware that there was a spike in the homicide rate for the second week of January. We know why. That is why I can speak today with confidence, and I can say to the country, we will maintain the gains we have made in policing. And if the spokesman on security wish to speak to me, I'll speak to him one-on-one. He has national responsibility. We are fully aware of what happened in the Carpet area and South St. Catherine. The southern belt of the Carpet area and South St. Catherine resulted in a pretty bad week last week. Already in response, the last 3 days had seen less than 4 murders. In fact, I think it's 2 in the last 3 days, as the police has responded. And the perpetrators who we are aware of, who are caused the problem in that area, we are extending from East Kingston through Sextra, West Kingston into South St. Andrew, Central St. Andrew, and St. Catherine. We will find them and we'll stop not only what's happening, but we'll apprehend them and take them to court. If they fight, they will face the well-trained operational team. We needed that increase in numbers, Madam Speaker, to develop the kind of force which many were calling for. There was widespread call for put more boots on the ground, a very insulting comment, but that was the call by many. Others called do this kind of policing, do this kind of activity, which could not be done with under 12,000 officers, no vehicles, and very difficult stations to operate from. Today, we have, having increased the human resource of the police, they have operational support teams in every division. They have expanded intelligence branches. We have a high performance, high potential training for our CIB officers so that we can quickly create a force of investigators capable of dealing with these crimes. And every area has the area fugitive apprehension team, which is where this mix-up of targets is concluded. The area fugitive apprehension team comprises members of the intelligence team, investigative team, and the special operations team, so they can seek out the criminals who are perpetrating violence and find them. If they come in, they'll be taken to court because the court cases are made. If they're going to come back, that's their challenge. Madam Speaker, we have signed the contract for the C5 Center, which will give the police significant increase in the efficiency. Command, control, communication, computer and cyber activity for intelligence, surveillance, and response. We are bringing the police force into the 21st century to deal with the criminals we have out there. The Jamaica Island-wide network, we come to the build out. There was a little discourse in the public space. We are not, it is a new system. Every new system has its challenges. And the fact is that we did seek to have those engaged in maintaining the system. There was nobody prepared. We have gone through. It would take weeks to fix a block here, another person another week there, because it requires maintaining a stock of spare parts, quality equipment. We have sat down and negotiated one of the one who finally came forward in the procurement process and assured us, and we are aware of improvements in this, that he'll have the required equipment and he has the training and the number of personnel to carry out this activity. When we speak of investment in our force, Madam Speaker, let me give a short example before I close. For compensation for employees, from 2016, we have gone up by over 143%. Between 2022 and 2024, we doubled contribution to compensation for police officers. I said, recurrent expense at the same time, issues that deal with water, light, maintenance, and just keeping the facility in a good order for the men. Has also doubled, moving from $47 billion in 2021-22 to $86 billion in 2024. What we showed is a concern for the well-being of Jamaicans in every part of life, and we care about them, therefore providing them with a quality security force. So we demonstrate this, and in moving on, we're still investing in the police force and in the army and in MOCA and all the required intelligence operation, PICA included in all of that. So I could say today, we have a divisional headquarters in Westmoreland that will cost us $2.7 billion. The St. Catherine North Police Station, which when I visited out there, and the member from St. Catherine, the officers in the state, the senior superintendent, and the member from a part of St. Catherine, I remember him very well. He had to bend to go into his office because he had a little corner. But Ben don't like this because they put him in a little corner office that he couldn't stand up straight in. Right? So he had him in Salomar falling through the floor, and in this office, a senior superintendent in command of nearly 600 people. He had no cars, and he had a little corner office, not much bigger than a bathroom. Specialized and today we are building for him, and you can say we have raised the bar in the quality of police buildings that are being built, police stations. We are building police stations. We're not taking the old building, paint it blue and white and call it police stations. They are built for purpose. But on the ground, Westmoreland, St. Catherine, Divisional Headquarters, Special Operation West, which is already out of tender, Autopsy Suite, and the Seaside Center will cost $21 billion. Right? We'll not mention Granville in Montego Bay, Little London in Westmoreland, Amity Hall in St. James, Grange Hill in Westmoreland, Stony Hill up here, and Anchovy. These are stations averaging a cost of about $200 million. It's a remarkable thing that today we can actually speak of capital investment and literally treat the smaller station like a routine activity. That's the kind of psychological change we have made in the police force. In expanding the force, we actually took on 2 additional campuses, and so we have trained now 6,000 police officers since 2018. Madam Speaker, we have expanded, we have changed the policy and have increased the expenditure in crime prevention itself. We are not where we want to be yet. We have 7 zones of special operation. We're operating in some 35 school districts in conjunction with the other agencies that are relevant. We created the Citizens Business Council, which is the head of all relevant agencies in Jamaica that serves poor people. And as a result of that, humble Jamaicans who need support in order to overcome some of the social challenges. And across Jamaica, we are moving to expand that program. And these programs are well documented. And invite anyone to familiarize themselves through the print and electronic media with some of the groundbreaking here we are currently undertaking. We'll in fact make some publication, because it's not the sexy area nor the exciting area of crime fighting. So sometimes they are bypassed. But it's important as we offer the young people in challenged communities great opportunity. The zones of special operation and the special interministerial cooperation within the school ministries, which is working. Tomorrow, Thursday, in fact, I go to Montego Bay to open the first wellness center with the Ministry of Health for young people who are challenged in their communities for emotional counseling and social support. The first such design coming out of the Citizens Business Council. With our partners, we have funded such a program, and we expect significant gains. Already, the police, however, as we move on, must look at the spike in January took place in.
We, the members of Family Tech Support, didn't volunteer. We were chosen.
St. James, Year 1, I think, has had about 80% less than they had in the beginning of the year. In fact, year 1, 2, and 3 have shown have a less than 60% reduction in the beginning of the year. We had a spike in the Eastern Command, we want to call it, at the year 4 and 5, which we are concerned about. The numbers for year 1, 2, and 3 are there to show the impact of good policing, which will be maintained. And we're going there to open the wellness center where the research demonstrated that the highest level of emotional challenge among young people was in those parishes in year 1. That concept will be expanded across the island in the difficult areas as we continue on the path to provide the kind of policy and program framework that will in fact provide to make Jamaica a safe place for all. While we have made significant gains, Madam Speaker, I recognize that there is still critical work left to be done. The road ahead is still challenging and difficult, but the transformation in the security force is organic. The police force we have today, the army we have today, and the personnel in the various areas are not what we had yesterday. And it will be difficult for anyone to convert them to that again. I think their own institutional strengthening have made them resilient against the abuse that they suffered before. But they still need capital. They still need regular, steady expenditure. And we are ensuring that we leave the policy, we put in place the policy that will ensure aspects of that will continue whatever happens in the country. The Minister of Finance has been very supportive, and I want to commend and thank the Ministers of Finance for what they have done. And we will, in fact, give them the results they require. The spike in the last week, I said, was concerning, but I've said before, and I repeat, we are aware of what happened. We are taking steps to correct that, and I expect the course of crime this year will be lower than last year. We made 19% in 2024. We will make another 20% this year and more. I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, because I said we have, in fact, invested, and the men and women of the force are holding it together. They are motivated. They are operating as professionals. And part of that is they have a whole new core of leadership, which is achieve their status by sheer merit and hard work and talent. We have some of Jamaica's finest sons and daughters join the police force. I like, Madam Speaker, they tell me it's not just the telephone in court is not the only distraction. Because when the young lawyers go there, they look at the new, attractive, bright young police officers are distracted by them. On the other hand, the males are distracted by the females by the distracted by the others. Because there's some young, bright, capable people who are committed to a better life in Jamaica, working to provide our community with a safe environment in which everybody can grow and develop. The national security superstructure of today is superior, manned by Jamaicans and built by our investments. This team is much better positioned than any other time in our history to build on the gains and achieve even greater success going forward. So that's why I come here today confident that I can speak that we are at a critical point, and that this security force will not allow the kind of wild mayhem that took place at some point to restore in our society. I have confidence they will, Madam Speaker. I want to reaffirm, however, to Jamaicans and to the members of the security forces, this government's unwavering commitment to making Jamaica a safer place for all citizens. Our comprehensive approach to crime reduction, backed by substantial investment in infrastructure, technology, human resources, and social programs, is definitely yielding results and will be continued. The entire team will continue to work tirelessly to build on these gains. We are determined to achieve the safer, more secure Jamaica that we all desire. It was a commitment of the Andrew Holness government. It was a mission handed to this minister, and we will carry out the mission effectively. We have the men and women, all Jamaicans, young, bright people who have taken on the job of ensuring we create a safer environment for all our people. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. Thank you.
member from St. Andrew Southeast will respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really have a very specific question for the Minister. A couple weeks ago, you had indicated publicly that there were challenges with Jamaica Eye. And I wanted to find out when the cameras were acquired by the government, whether there was a maintenance contract in place with a provider. To the member from Western St. Mary, I can't compete with you. I want to know whether there was a maintenance contract in place when the cameras were acquired and what the status of that maintenance contract was. Because at the time, a couple of weeks ago, you had indicated that a significant number of the cameras were down. And you have now indicated that the issue has been resolved. Is it that it was a procurement issue to find a new maintenance contractor? And if that is so, are the cameras which were down a couple of weeks ago, are they now functional? And what percentage of the cameras are functional and working? And I ask that within the context, Madam Speaker, that I would say the greatest asset to the police force is having those eyes when they are not visible. And the cameras are a huge, not just deterrent, but they assist in apprehension in a way that no other, and prosecution in a way that no other tool can. So I was very disturbed when the minister spoke about it a couple of weeks ago. He has given an update that some of the issues have been resolved, but I would ask him to elucidate on that particular matter.
Minister, you would need to keep your mic on because the next question is ahead of your turning on your mic. So would you all turn off your mic? It would be the member from St. Andrew South West and the member from St. Andrew South in order.
Again. Yeah.
Minister,
right.
you're the only
Thank
one
you.
who did not need to turn off.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now let me take the first question here. First, Jamaica, all the cameras you provide will have a maintenance agreement with the supplier. But we inherited some cameras. I mean, what we inherited was some bought by government, previous minister here. Some was provided by private individuals, companies across there. And there was some in a particular district which was set up with solar batteries in the shade, not very productive. And for the cameras to report, the camera is really like one of the keys on a keyboard. Unless the back end is in place, you don't get the productivity you allude to. That's just a fact. You understand even better than I do, right? And that's why we are spending $4 billion to buy a C5 center. Because what we're doing with cameras is we're just monitoring a space on a screen. In some of the early ones, you didn't have the force to respond. Now we have an expanded force. We have an expanded patrol. We can respond. So the cameras are vital part of it. But the comprehensive response is not ready for that yet. That's just a fact. In terms of maintenance, which is a problem, that it's not the cameras that were the problem. It's the cabling that's the problem. The cabling that connects the cameras across the island, right? It connects to the station where we're monitoring, and then connect back to our CAD center. And there was just nobody with the equipment even when we gave the contracts out, which we procured quickly, but they didn't have the capacity to respond in the kind of time we wanted. So when we wanted the 24 to 48 hour response, they were giving us a 2-week response. And that's where I said a number of them were down. We then paused to put out a more comprehensive request for proposal, and we had a particular provider in Jamaica who have expanded to international levels, willing to acquire the spare parts required for that and the manpower to provide the kind of response we're asking for, right? The company is called Connex. I don't know the people involved, but the technical teams did a negotiation and they have recovered most of the camera. I will get you the percentage that are down after out of the session, and then we have an interest, which is important to both everybody. But they have started the process of repairing whatever cable were damaged, and that's proceeding smoothly. And besides, I said they have undertaken to have the required equipment where they are short in due course, so that we can look forward to further maintenance. So this year we're going to expand. In addition to that, installing cameras is not just a camera. The surveys have been done, and the spots that they should be been identified, a number that will require to do the island-wide coverage of the public spaces. We will do. I think we will require another 2,000 cameras. Yeah, that's family. The crossroads, the hotspots where people are driving up and down. We have identified 3,000 plus spots, and we are now embarking on acquiring the appropriate cameras for those situations. Right. But the new contractor, I've been assured, will have the equipment and the personnel to give us the required response.
Just a follow-up on the particular issue. Are we still encouraging both private owners and commercial owners to connect to Jamaica Eye? And to what extent has that initiative, which I know we announced, been successful in assisting the police? Because I wonder about, you're dealing with different systems trying to connect, and to the extent that that has been helpful to the police in their efforts to resolve crime.
All right. Thank you for that question. Yeah, I'm not a technical as you. I take advice from the technical people. I was told this should be pursued. But there are challenges with the connect with the private. Beside the legal process of keeping it in the public space, the legal challenge, more critical is that, as you're aware, the IP protocol for private radio is still a variable IP, and the kind of quality you get from those cameras is not good enough for real evidence. They're useful, and they've been useful where they've been spotted in there are a lot of cameras all over the city, in a city more than private sector, I find. And sometimes they can be useful. In fact, they give the police indication where to go. But when you get into court, they're challenged. In fact, I've had a pretty dramatic case in the constituency I represent where they, in fact, could take the gentleman to court, but he tracked down a vehicle. I think my colleague from Montego Bay here knows. He tracked down the vehicle. He was a well-known criminal to a gas station and shot the person who was chasing in the gas station under the camera, and the pictures were not accepted in court. I saw the pictures, not just because it was circulated by someone who got it off the camera online, and you said it was great. You knew it was if you knew the person, but it was not at a level that was acceptable in court. So that's something that we'll have to work out with the providers, but we are continuing to expand, and there are a few commercial places that have acquired fixed IP by virtue of the increased costs on a few commercial spaces. But that's something we have to pursue. The technology, if I pause again, allow me to speak. The police have advanced their technological acquisition quite rapidly. And not everywhere was prepared for it. And we have to look at, as you're in the field even more than I am, will understand, there are a lot of areas in government and public that need to be upgraded and meet the modern requirements. Another issue I've had is that ticketing system. We're calling that to it. Remember the member from St. Mary reminded me that they did all of the work and we couldn't get a ticketing system working. The truth is that the TTM system was never operationalized effectively because the technological support was not in place. And we're still struggling because the courts are behind. Not by any design, it's just what it have. And I'm speaking to it openly because it's a reality that we have to face and deal with as we not only deal with the criminal justice system and crime, but to deal entirely with the whole question of taking Jamaica's infrastructure into the 21st century in the digital age. If we hope to maintain growth, efficiency, that's an absolute critical necessity. We have taken the police forward, and the government, of course, is increasing its investment and to move us into that level rapidly.
Member from St. Andrew Southwest.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have three quick questions to ask of you, Minister. And the first is, are you aware that the officers and rank and file of the police force believe and have been saying out there that upward mobility in the force today is probably far more politicized than it has ever been? That's the first question. Yeah, ma'am. The second question, Minister, is to ask you to reconsider the adjectives that you use on page 9 of your report, calling the call that many individuals have made previously for boots on the ground, referring to that as being empty and vacuous. I ask you to reconsider it, Minister, because it might seem arrogant and disassociated from the truth of the reality of persons on the ground. And your report actually suggests that more boots on the ground has led in part to the improvement, which then makes that statement that you have made not true. My third and final question, Minister, is would you agree with many of the members of Tavern Gully in West Rural St. Andrew that the operations carried out by the police in the killing of a young man there is very similar or reminiscent to what you have said no longer exists, of a squad that identifies who they want, that go in and kill them?
All right. Thank you. First, the first comment is absolutely nonsensical. And the only thing I say to that, before I responded, there's no political promotion in the police force today. Absolutely none. In fact, well, no, the comments I was referring to, not your question. You are asked any question is appropriate, and I've said that over and over. Any question is appropriate in the situation. I want to comment that I get some comments from even people on my side. The same comment you're making have come from officers who work with members on this side. And they may not want to conflict, but several members will tell me that they come to me to promote officers and nothing is done. And there's still promotion. In fact, I wouldn't read it, the WhatsApp I got from one member recently of what they consider that way. The fact is that many who are not promoted make the attribution to politics. And I said those who make the attribution are the ones I'm wary of, because quite frankly, if they're looking at the political process, then we are going backwards, right? Just a few weeks ago, I think there's a promotion of over 100 inspectors for the first time in the history of the police on the same day. But they all went through a training program at Twickenham Park, every single one. And the only delays in there. About 6 months before that, there was a batch of 30 plus deputy superintendents, right? Which I would have known out the background. They too went through the training program to the officer level. We have taken out the SP. So I want to assure you that the comments you are hearing, first of all, verify from the individual officer what their record may be. Because if there's an adverse, maybe not the term to use, if they have any disciplinary issues on their background, it will take them time, the leadership, to deal with that, because nobody is going to keep them permanent in the post. But if there's an issue, it will be interrogated by the high command, and then the person brought into question, and it moves forward. It doesn't happen in the same as just another officer who is clean, served a long time, and I don't mean clean in terms of critical element, but disciplinary issues will move on. And I said the comment you just gave me, if I had the telephone, I could give you a much more severe comment about political promotion. It comes on both sides. And unfortunately, there's still a number of officers who feel that there's political influence, and they have allegiance to both sides. That's the reality. And that tells me more that what the commissioner is doing in promotion is right. And I can speak confidently about this saying because I'm getting the same complaint from you and from my colleagues on this side because the men who are being promoted are the ones. And what I've had personally in that complaints about people who are being promoted, it is some professionals feel that they have been left behind, that they've been behind for a long time, and therefore they are concerned. And the concern is not about the promotion, but of those who have not been promoted. And let me remind you, Madam Chair, the concern I've got in not who are promoted, I've had no comment, no question about the members who have been promoted, about their competence and the fact that they've earned their promotion. What I've had, there are others who have said they should have been promoted. And in any organization of the size of the police force, and the time they have, and the number of space they have, I said, we are intent on increasing, we'll have that complaint. And that's why we've been intent and suggesting and indicated by policy, as we are coming, that we'll expand the officer corps from what was 2% to near to 4%, with the provided space required to accommodate the promotional ambitions of the young police officers. And that's the only way we can do it, right? And that is happening. And the training program for both officers, for corporals, for sergeants is established program at the Twickenham Park Police Academy. Your comment otherwise, yeah, I accept this thing. I've never liked the term boots on the ground because it sounds like you're taking policemen off a shelf, or some people off a shelf put out there. No, that's personal. I don't think it's a comment that was worthy of the police force in the mood. And there was a lot of calls by everybody, put boots on the ground. I thought a little bit, yes, I considered empty and vacuous because we know we were short of policemen. The establishment for police has been for 14,094 for many years. They were held at the level of under 10,000 for a while. Then you expand, you absorb the special constables and they went to under 11,000. They could not meet the challenges of active gangs, plus routine policing, and put all the other thing. So, no, that call in that phase was empty because you knew we had to train them. And we said, on training. No, we're not doing it. It's insulting to call them on boots. And I don't use it. We're not paranoid with that. But we set about the program to train police, to recruit and train police officers. This government did. And there was nothing late about it. You had 22 years to do it and didn't do it. I had 4 years. In fact, remember that Tranquility Bay was locked down under the administration of the PNP. Right? We opened it in COVID. We didn't expand it rapidly because instead of training additional officers, we had to use the holding spot to deal with the epidemic. We also acquired, for some time, a third facility, Camp Burley. So this government, in the interest of Jamaicans to ensure we could provide adequate resource, police force, did the recruitment and training, right? So we had Twickenham Park, which have improved. We reacquired Tranquility Bay and temporarily to Camp Burley in St. Catherine so we could train up officers. And we not only train basic policemen, we are training officers. We train the constables to corporals, sergeants, corporals to sergeants, sergeants to inspectors, and of course inspectors to DSP status. So we are creating a professional force with trained men and women who can take on the hard criminal in this country, and that's what we're doing. And so the operation referred to and the teams I referred to could not be put in place with under 11,000 men. Special operation team, we have trained 1,500 people in that, 1,500 professionals since. We have a area fugitive apprehension team for the first time in each area to track and manage the high level of criminals that we identify. And out of that process, we have already put some of the first core, some 2/3 in the courts. So it's a different approach. And we have the operational support team in the divisions, which is a new concept. are there working with the CIB to track the 150 ongoing unresolved dispute in communities. So that gang go and when they shoot up and start, we move on them. We are fully aware of what is happening and we'll assure the country we can contain them. We're not yet where we can bring it down to zero or to this 16 per 100,000 we'll go to. But we're on a pathway that is going in that direction and will continue in that direction and is sustainable because we have an effective professional police force that we are going to provide the resources to carry out the fight against crime.
Member from St. Andrews South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the graph that is on page 5 illustrates the fact that the strategy that was being employed by the government for much of its 9 years was a flawed strategy and resulted in quite atrocious statistics around murders in this country. It is the recent revisions to that strategy which are now bearing some fruit, and we hope that that will continue, especially the expansion of the actual size of the force itself, which was a necessary, very necessary adjustment, which was, in our view, delayed quite unwisely. But eventually, the good sense of it has been prevailed, and we have seen the numbers going up, and we have seen the results in terms of the improvements, and we support the continuation of those improvements. Obviously, what has happened at the beginning of this year is worrying. Minister, you've indicated that it's under control, and we certainly hope that that is so. The legislative performance of this government in the area of national security has been disappointing. In 9 years, you have passed really only 2 major pieces of legislation in national security, the Bail Act and the firearms legislation. The ZOZO as well, though the way in which that's been deployed has meant that its impact hasn't been as pervasive as we had all anticipated. But we're still awaiting the legislation that is going to provide for enhanced security measures. We don't know what's in that legislation, Minister. I heard you make remarks about passing it without the opposition. I thought those were very unfortunate remarks because those are things that legislation was signed onto by CIMA, which is a bipartisan entity, and should have been delivered years ago and still hasn't been brought here. We would love to know what you propose to include in it so we can give you our feedback on it, and we would love to be able to support it because it is best when strategies around crime fighting enjoy bipartisan support. The only strategy of this government which we haven't supported is the use of states of emergency as a policing tool, a strategy which we feel has failed, and the graph supports that analysis. One question I have for you though, Minister, is this, and it relates to the police fatal shootings. We are concerned that the number of police fatal shootings has been going up quite dramatically. And we hear anecdotally of situations in which persons are killed in circumstances which suggest that unlawful force was used. For many years now, there has been a call for when policemen are going on special operations, that they wear body cameras. This protects them from any false allegations that they acted outside of the law, and it encourages adherence to the policies of the force in relation to the use of force. Why is it that this is not being deployed? You know, we hear weak excuses, which is suggestive of a real reluctance to embrace the use of body cameras. I know that there are willing persons in the private sector who would support it with resources if allowed to do so, because they've told me that themselves. One leading owner of a security company was telling me he would provide 200 body cameras because they are concerned about the way in which the trend is going. Indicom seems to, I think, have lost its way somewhat. And we want effective.
Building your online business?
Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments, and design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Drive more sales with customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
Thank you, member. Before I answer the question, a quick comment. I said the graph is clear. 2014, we're still down at a certain level in homicides. I've said before, and I'm not just saying stuff up, because I'm minister. I'm a part of the government that instituted the 2010, late 2020 state of emergency. Professionals have documented, and the research you can look for them. No, the 2010, I said, that it led to 3 years of reduction in homicide because gangs were disruptive. I'm not telling you. I said, talk the professionals that you're referring to. At the same time, bear in mind the issue of interest in the graph, the number of our police force to 2022 was when we just about got.
Minister, hold a minute. I find opposition, when your member speaks, it is in silence and everyone listens. Members on the government side, it doesn't help either to answer the opposition. I really want to hear the minister. And I'm going to ask that everyone allow the minister to respond and respond in a house that is quiet.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The graph on 5, which the member from South referred to, you see start flattening out 2020. 2022 was when the incline started downwards. 22 was when you can check the records, the number of police officers reached just near 13,000. By virtue of things. To say it was late, that established figure in the police force for a long time. Nobody attempted prior to the adjournment to increase the numbers to establishment level. That was seeking peace. The previous minister took a number of innovative ways, but he started the drive to recruit more police officers, to include even community colleges. The police force thought that the culture there was not approached, so we acquired Tranquility Bay and Camp Burley. And though by 2023, the number was only 14, and the decline in home violence became visible. We take no, it's a fact, and it required investment. And when the earlier spokesman and a minister in the earlier phase keep speaking about success and lack of money, it's the same economy that we took over. This government took the economy and organized the economy that we could find capital expenditure and spent it not on port barrel activity, but on structured activity that was designed to provide the country with stronger institutions, including the police force and the other security elements, the army, MOCA, etc. That was the expenditure in managing the economy that was the expenditure we embarked on as we manage the economy better and put in place. So the calls for all kind of things which is there, do this, do that, they all cost money. And you have to run the economy right to do it, and then take the right policy and the right programs that is committed to a better Jamaica to ensure that we provide a better police force. And it's a reflection of the care and concern of the leadership of the government today that we put this kind of thing in. Right. That's just in terms of body cams, we just sort of again you get broad concerns, as I said. If I refer again, when we're doing the ticketing system, it's instructive to me personally. And my technical term said, look, it's a simple thing. It's a 5,000 ticket to go in for go to court, a warrant. But the process we found in place had over 2 million warrants sitting down at Sabina Park and South Camp Road because the system wasn't working. And my technical, and I said, you have to take the technical process, identify the entire process and to the outcome, because when you get a half-finished technical system, it's just going to fail. So the traffic information management system today is working well. I've seen 2 mistakes highlighted recently. We are aware the database is fine, and I may take the opportunity to tell the public as people about the pastor who was preaching on demand in the United States, that it can happen only by officer error. And we investigated what happened. It told them happened in a place in St. Mary Tower Isles. And they have to enter the TRN. So if the TRN entered correctly and come out to the wrong person, then there'll be a database, serious data breach at the tax office. Nothing like that is there. So there's officer error. The other way it can happen is that, and we investigate to see which of them might have done the error, because if you enter even 1 digit wrong on a TRN, you get a completely different person. You're fully aware of that. And this had only happened in 2 cases that we are aware of. And another one, if you take the license plate and it's not the owner driving it and enter it in the system, then you could also end up with a problem with the person who is being charged, because that's part of the legal chain that been asked with that to make the owner of the vehicle accountable rather than the driver if you get camera enforcement. So a vehicle passes a policeman on duty who is keen, the man doesn't stop, he doesn't jump on his side of his car to chase him down, he takes the license plate number and place it in the system, he gets a response, and he places the ticketing on that person. So it's not a major issue, but it took us a while. It took me 4 years to sort out and unravel, as by I said, there are 21 hurdles to cross, Minister. And we crossed them and established an effective system. There are some challenges in the court system, which we have to also a colleague to resolve and work on. So the body cam, there's not much research on body cam. I want to say that. The finest piece of research done was done by Stanford University. And body cams are best used in public spaces, not special ops team, right? There's nowhere in the world that is a practice to assign body cam to special operations team. Routinely, right? And our British partners, good friends who keep some elements who keep ready with us. When they had 34 murders per 100,000 in Northern Ireland, between 2 gangs, although religious based, they were gangsters, they didn't send policemen with body cam, they sent the SAS team. Special Army Service Corps of the United Kingdom is considered, with pride, the best set of killers in the world. That's what they sent to Europe, to Ireland. So I have 40 plus, I had 50 per 100,000. I tell them to train policemen with body cams to go in special ops. It doesn't work well. A lot of times, special ops people operate in plain clothes. They go in different difficult situations. And the cameras in the inner city is all over the place. I said they are not good for evidence, but they will tell you what is happening down there. I'm not saying that, and there might have been a case. And the current iProbe we have today, beside Indicom, I remember, Indicom was established by a Jamaica Labour Party government. Right? So let's not forget that as a result of what is happening. Right? And today, iProbe is effective. iProbe, in many cases, you're going to charge them, the police officer who breaches before Indicom gets in the mix. It is headed by the most senior Deputy Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner Clifford Blake, and is known for his professionalism and his disciplinary approach to these issues. So it's not a challenge that there's no neglect of this. Research on body cams for special operations have been done, not in the way that was done for police. As I said, the finding from the work in the LAPD was that it was a guide to training police officers. They monitored millions of man-hours of camera data and voice, and those training programs are published, and corps which are interested in quality professionals introduce their training. And that is maybe the signature piece of research done on body cam. And we have, anecdotally, in Jamaica, we know it protect the policeman. The PSTB are the person we are focused on. Or when they stop a car and the driver sees the camera, they behave better. Now, that's the police behavior we talk about. We give it to protect the police. Like our camera, we have had several police officers charged with all kind of things by taxi operators and other car vendors who abuse them, get them angry, do all kind of things to get them angry, and then report them for abusing them, the police. The body cam protects our police officers, and we have ordered another 1,000, and they'll be used on the officers involved in public safety largely. The number of charges laid against police officers in special ops team is minimal. I'm not saying that there have not been breaches here. I say it's minimal compared. And I have to justify it. We need highway patrol vehicles, need police to report, and whatever we do it for the entire process. We are not, I don't see justified yet to buy the specialized body cams for special ops team, which is not a routine activity. It is not routine in any police force in the world. SWAT team, special operations team, don't carry them because they're difficult, they're expensive, and have to be specially manufactured. They have to be on the side of the helmet. They have to have special the communication, because special ops team must be in continuous communication, so the battery must be served longer. They have to be structured that they are not easily visible, so the lens has to be specially treated to keep it there. It has to be more rugged because they're going to combat, and a number of other things make them almost as expensive as a motor vehicle. It is not a thing that we say we'll never do, but it cannot be a priority at this point and given all we're doing. We're still building police stations. We are recruiting police officers. We have to acquire uniforms. Uniforms basic for the policemen. Body vests, helmets, regular things that is required to make the police force professional. So it cannot come at the top of the list, and it is not something that's recommended anywhere that special forces must be provided with body cams. Anyway, where we find that, happy to provide with literature. I've done the research, said I've indicated to you what was said in a particular university that does this kind of thing. They have to be special cameras, and they have to be attached differently with different specifications to make them usable on a long basis. We have some of the police operations which have been kind of seen, and people say they kind of reflect the police operation, and they call it like TV police. Maybe the most dramatic one was the Negril operation, which apprehended the core of the gangs attacking cash money. Those men were on the road for over 3 months. The team that actually apprehended them were not there for 3 months, but policemen were on the road 24/7 a day to monitor those gangsters in order that they could finally apprehend them in place. When they're out on that kind of operation, they may have to intervene. You can't put body cams on them. It's ridiculous. That's special operation teams. When they're going to combat. So, right? The PSTB are the ones who confront the public more frequently and said, we have agreed to and we are acquiring cameras for that. Our special operation team is not a priority for them. They go in combat. Body cams is not part of, body cams can't work anyway. Body cams don't work in combat. If we wanted to do it just nice to the public, I would put on some body cam, you realize it doesn't work. And everybody will happy I can announce it and take a photograph and minister is being nice. Body cams don't work in combat. It has to be specially located, special types. And you put them on the chest, 3/4 of the time the men are on the belly or behind walls seeking safety from men shooting at them. The body cameras have nobody in those situations. What you're alluding to is where it is alleged that policemen are conducting extrajudicial killing, and without a body cam they do it, and with a body cam they will not do it. I'm saying publicly there's not much of that out there. Even one is wrong, but the training of the police, it doesn't justify rushing to equip every policeman with a body cam. The body cam is very useful for the policemen dealing with public order. The PSTB team who meet drivers on the road, who work the crowd control, that kind of activity where it is necessary for them to conduct themselves a certain way and for the public to respond to them. And it's proved very useful in those situations. Thank you, Master.
Members, bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, members, report of the Integrity Commission, Oversight Committee.
Madam Speaker, my mic has been. Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister.
What happened? You standing on a point of order?
No, Madam Speaker, my mic was on long before the minister even ended his comment.
My apologies. I had taken the last question and then the minister was wrapping up. I didn't realize another mic was on.
Long before the minister.
Minister, last question.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Minister, would you agree that whatever the gains that have been made, the investments made, that a pivot now must be made to the social programs if it's going to be sustainable? It is, yes, it's going to be sustainable and to maintain and safeguard whatever progress that is made, or to optimize the progress that we need in this area. And therefore, the social programs that I've long argued to be a coherent and cohesive part of this whole exercise, that now needs some focus. And if the answer is yes, where are we going, and can we expect something in the next budget debate around the expansion of those programs on a community basis?
Thank you, member from Western St. Andrew. This has been a consistent topic of yours, and saying that content, and it's non-contentious. The question is the focus, which means additional budget support. This may not be the best year to say I'll give vast more. You see expansion this year because we have some international funding plus our own funding, which were increased in the last budget. But to expand the level that you would like, I couldn't give you a guarantee this year as we seek to maintain. I said, each time I speak, we have invested heavily in the side of security, and we managed to retain our expenditure in a responsible way within the fiscal requirements required, which everybody agrees and the country accepts. And I said to sometimes there's a dispute about good governance. And recently I said to one of my constituents, a very humble man, I said, you're a shopkeeper, small timer, but you know, if you don't have any money in the bank, you cannot go to borrow money to buy a vehicle. You cannot use money to do a number of things and develop your business. It's not about if you have any money, you spend off all of it one time and it runs out and you're back to square one because if you're investing, you actually need assets and you need cash assets as well. The small business will understand that. You go to the bank will say, all right, you have money here, I'll lend you that. That's what good governance means, that we manage the space so we have an NI, etc. This year, we are a little bit tighter. The minister has just taken over. She's fully aware because she was Minister of Education before. She's aware of the interministerial program. She's aware of the additional activities in the school system where we use in the school district as the kind of body to operate from into the difficult areas. But there'll be more work. I think what a reasonable question from you is whether or not the Edith Dalton School, I think, is on the 35 school list of schools. I cannot say to you, but I'll get the information to you, as I do at this point, because we have a 35 schools that we are focused on. But I've asked the member of the Ministerial Education Commission to provide me with what they call the tier 3 and 4 schools, which are schools that are having particular challenges. It doesn't mean there are no social problems in the other schools, but these are particularly difficult. And the effort this year is to begin to review what we're doing, how we can reach into these. It's 59 schools, I think they are, or with 30 plus or tier 4, because that's where the recruitment comes from. And we are committed. I'm also going to ask for further research to look at the population in our incarcerated, We did this once and found that 80% came from 11 schools. So it's an era where I wouldn't debate, we're not in any fight on this issue because it is critical for sustainability. And once we get the numbers down into the appropriate number. As I said, the 3 pillars, 2 of them were clearly a strong, effective police force. We are committed to that. And we're not going to leave the job halfway done. And you have a difficult seat, we need to maintain the resources to the police forces and to complete it. I said the call for camera, not denying them the call for Jamaica, I had the call for more technology, but technology all needs support. Our big expenditure this year, as I said before, is a C5 center for $1 billion. And the police station had to be fixed. Those who have new ones will know what they look like. So we're doing all of that, and we manage the money efficiently and carefully. And we are committed to moving into these these communities. And we are looking at that. As you would have heard the Prime Minister, the term you use. I'm sure you have heard him use, and you're happy to hear him use this. Are you repeating it here? That this year we'll pivot to focus heavily on the social transformation in vulnerable communities. I agree we only have 7 of the zone on the zone, but we have looked at it. There are areas we are working at. There was an inner city basic services program, which still exists on the budget, which moves into communities without the heavy security presence. And not all of them require that. So we are looking how we can expand even before, because it takes heavy manpower to do zones. And that's why we sometimes don't move and expand here, because we want to ensure where we are, reach the resilience of the ones we are in retained, and we move on out. But there are several communities in which we can do serious work before we get the heavy police presence. Plus, with the additional police officers, many geographic police stations are now handling the area effectively because of the additional teams, not only additional men, the mobility and the operational support team allows them to, in fact, maintain control in their area, so we can look at introducing social transformation in without the extra force that we need from the special operation team and the JDF. So that is being examined, and we are going through budget exercise now, Minister. I'd love to expand it. I'll be doing some publication on the work that is being done by that department, excellent work being done, and we have been able to devote more funding by moving away from projects into integrating them in the ministry and agencies that provide the services. So we work with health, social security, education, and other agencies that directly deal with the vulnerable communities. So, Minister, thank you for the question.
Before Titchfield takes their leave from the Parliament, they came in a little after they were announced, and I see that they sat down and listened attentively. Titchfield High School. All 28 students, including your head boy and 2 teachers, I hope Titchfield had a wonderful time in the Houses of Parliament today. Safe journey home. We appreciate your being here. Member once the agenda.
Skyscanner's top shelf. Saves us 30% on average when we compare flights and rental cars. Isn't that right, babe?
Oh, yeah.
If Mumsy keeps sniping sweet deals on Skyscanner, we might be able to finally grow those playoff beards.
We're going to the playoffs?
Thank you, Skyscanner.
Moved on, we have moved on. Equally, there is no obligation of the Speaker to allow more than a certain number of members by Standing Order 3 to ask questions. So just so that we are clear on the standing orders, the leeway was given as your mic was on. So let me apologize to the House, and we go back to the agenda, starting back from bills brought from the Senate, petition, papers, reports from committees. House Leader, report of the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee on its deliberations on the report of the Integrity Commission. This is the report.
Thank you, House Leader. One member loves to remind me that she's not in school. I strongly doubt. I strongly doubt. She's still here. Notices of motions given orally. We'll first take House Leader, Minister Bartlett, and then the Minister of Finance.
Go. I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas subsection 1GI of section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica requires a member of this Honorable House of Representatives to vacate his seat if any firm in which he is a partner or any company of which he is a director or a manager becomes a party to any contract with the government of Jamaica for or on account of the public service, or if he becomes a partner in a firm or a director or manager of a company which is a party to any such contract. And whereas the Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Northwestern is a shareholder of Carleen Smith and Company Limited, which is a catering business owned and operated by his family. And whereas this entity may from time to time enter into contracts with the government of Jamaica and its affiliate agencies. And whereas the member has disclosed his interest in this entity. Be it resolved that this motion be referred to the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take these motions. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report on the deliberations of the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee on its deliberations on the reports of the Integrity Commission, which was laid on the table of the House on the 14th day of January 2025, be approved. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice further that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. The Financial Administration and Audit Act, the Financial Administration and Audit Authorization to Purchase Shares, Inter-American Investment Corporation, Resolution 2025. Whereas, by virtue of Section 14C1 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, the Minister may, with the prior approval of the House of Representatives, authorize the Accountant General to purchase shares in any company with monies from the Consolidated Fund. And whereas the approval of the House of Representatives is hereby sought for the Minister to authorize the Accountant General to purchase with monies from the Consolidated Fund 59 additional shares of capital stock of the Inter-American Investment Corporation, the IIC or the IDB Invest, with a base price of 20,000 United States dollars each, that have been offered by the IIC consequent to Jamaica's expression of interest dated May 11, 2023, to subscribe to the available shares under the IIC Second General Capital Increase, GCI 2, and pursuant to the IIC's process for the reallocation of available shares. Now therefore, be it resolved by this Honorable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Financial Administration and Audit Authorization to Purchase Shares Resolution 2025. Approval is hereby given for the Minister responsible for Finance to authorize the Accountant General to purchase with monies from the Consolidated Fund the shares as aforementioned. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion with regards to the exemption of the member from St. Andrew Northwestern, a notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the minister to take the motion notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion to which I gave notice earlier be approved.
Question is that the motion notice of which the minister gave earlier be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion notice of which I gave earlier with regards to the report of the Integrity Oversight Commission report from the relevant committee.
Those in favor of suspension of the standing orders to allow for the motion notice of which was given earlier. Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Chair.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Inter-American Investment Corporation, IIC, Madam Speaker, the Inter-American Investment Corporation, IIC, otherwise referred to as IDB Invest, is a private sector arm of the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, which supports sustainable development and economic growth in Latin America and the Caribbean. With 48 member countries, its mission is to support private sector projects that address key challenges like job creation, innovation, and environmental sustainability by providing financing and technical advisory services. Jamaica, since 1985, has enjoyed a strong partnership with the IIC, leveraging its financial resources and expertise to address developmental challenges. The IIC has contributed to Jamaica's economic resilience and development through support for renewable energy projects, small, medium enterprise, SME financing, and public-private partnerships. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has been offered the opportunity to subscribe to 59 additional shares of the IIC's capital stock under the second general capital increase, GCI 2. This offer follows Jamaica's expression of interest dated May 11, 2023, to participate in the reallocation of shares initially unclaimed by other member countries. Each share is valued at a base price of US $20,000, amounting to a total financial commitment of US $1,180,000, originally due on September 19, 2024, but now due on February 19, 2025. Failure to pay the full amount by the new deadline will increase the base price of the additional shares to $21,000 each, increasing Jamaica's total subscription payment to US $1,239,000. It should be noted that the necessary budgetary appropriations were made in the estimates of expenditure for fiscal year 2024-25 to facilitate payment for the additional shares. Subscribing to the additional shares aligns with Jamaica's goal to deepen engagement with the IIC, enhancing its voting power and influence to advocate for key priorities like climate resilience, infrastructure, and private sector growth. This move also reinforces this government's commitment to regional economic integration and collaboration within the IDB group. Additionally, Jamaica's subscription to the available shares under the GCI 2 will support the IDB's renewed Vision Initiative 2016 to 2025, focused on enhancing private sector development impact, and resource efficiency within the IDB group. This contribution will strengthen the corporation's capacity to address 5 priority areas: SME financing, infrastructure development, innovation, private provision of basic services, and green growth, while integrating gender, sustainability, and environmental considerations. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, a cabinet submission prepared by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service in consultation with the Attorney General's Chamber was approved by Cabinet on July 29, 2024, via Cabinet Decision 27-24. The Ministry's paper number 69-2024, 69/2024 was subsequently tabled in the House of Representatives on September 17, 2024. However, based on guidance from the Chief Parliamentary Council, CPC, the ministry paper must be accompanied by a resolution for approval by the House of Representatives. This resolution is therefore necessary to facilitate the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service obtaining legislative approval for Jamaica to subscribe to the additional shares of ISC's capital stock. The resolution seeks to authorize the Minister to direct the Accountant General's Department to purchase the shares using funds from the Consolidated Fund. Once the resolution is approved, an extract from the House will be requested to confirm the completion of the required legislative approvals under domestic law, which is necessary for acquiring the shares as outlined in the subscription instrument dated August 15, 2023. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know enough to indicate that I have an issue with what the minister says, but I want some more information to understand better the rationale for the expending 1.1 million US dollars. So first question, Minister, could you indicate how many shares we had prior to this proposed purchase and what those existing shares gave the government in terms of, from what I've garnered from what you have said, it is to give us greater influence or clout in terms of the work of the IDB Invest. And I'm questioning that because I know it's primarily supporting private sector-led projects, which have a public interest like renewable energy, etc. But to what extent will Jamaica be able to advance its agenda more by having expended this money? Because it sounds like that's the main reason. We won't get a return on the investment because that's not the nature of the organization. But does it give us, I don't know, an additional board seat if that's the case, and greater influence on the decisions of IDB Invest? And to what extent you would see, because I'm aware of the work, and the work spans across the countries of who subscribe to the IDB, and really, they really focus on projects which are bankable and which can make a return on their investment. So I just want to know and really understand what Jamaica stands to benefit in a tangible way by taking up the additional subscription.
Okay, member, in terms of your question, the number of shares, I would have to get that, but we are acquiring 59 additional shares. As you are aware, there are many member countries of the IDB. This will help to increase the capital of that entity. We have had a long ongoing relationship with the IDB. They have done many projects in Jamaica. We have a seat at the table. This shows our commitment to continue in that relationship and to the continued advocacy for Jamaicans in terms of the projects that we'd like to get done.
The motion is on the floor. Those in, sorry. The motion is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Motion has been approved. At this time, we'll have Minister in the Ministry of Job Creation with the portfolio for water, Minister Matthew Samuda.
Thought you voted.
Mr. Speaker. Yes. Mr. Speaker, may I proceed, sir?
You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliament is being asked to consider and approve the amendment to both the Natural Resources Conservation. Parliament is being asked to consider and approve the amendment to both the Natural Resources Conservation Authority Act and the Wildlife Protection Act to allow for an increase in fines and related custodial sentences. Mr. Speaker, the NRCA Act, the country's principal environment legislation, and the WPA, which provides for the protection of certain wild animals, birds, fish, and for other matters relating thereto and connected therewith, are administered by the National Environment and Planning Agency, which we commonly know as NEPA. Since its promulgation in 1991, the NRCA Act has never been amended. The WLPA has been amended several times. However, in terms of penalties, the fines were last updated in 1998. This update relates to sections 11, protection of waters containing fish from trade effluent, section 18, persons found offending, and 20, penalty for offenses generally of the Act. With respects to sections 11 and 20, the fines have been increased from 100, or rather were increased from 100 to 100,000 from 40,000 at that time. A 2021 proposal for a directive of the European Parliament and of that Council on the protection of the environment through criminal law stated, environmental crime is growing at an annual rate of 5 to 7% globally, creating lasting damage for habitats, species, people's health, and for the revenue of governments and business. A similar trend is observed in Jamaica with respect to environmental crimes. There has been a significant and steady increase in the number of environmental offenses over the last 2 decades. One of the main reasons for this increase has been attributed to the low level of the penalties for offenses under the NRCA Act and the WLPA. It is widely recognized that the level of fines under these two pieces of legislation currently do not act as a deterrent to non-compliance. Additionally, it is noted that the imposition of criminal sanctions is only one but a key element of the regulatory toolkit to foster compliance. To be effective and efficient, colleagues, imposition of criminal sanctions must be coupled with an increase in enforcement action by NEPA, including the identification and apprehension of offenders in a timely manner. Patrick Bishop of the School of Law of the University of Swansea, in his paper entitled Criminal Law as a Preventative Tool of Environmental Regulation, Compliance versus Deterrence, contends that an integral aspect of the deterrence formula is the probability of apprehension. Thus, no matter how severe the sanction, if the probability of apprehension is zero, the cost of non-compliance would also be zero, so that an actor would be provided with an economic justification for regulatory breach, even where the expected gains from such violations are insignificant. Mr. Speaker, the fines imposed under the NRCA Act and the WLPA do not currently take into account proportionality in prescribing the level of fines as against offenses. In this regard, the individual and the body corporate may be charged the same fine for offenses under both pieces of legislation. Therefore, in amending the penalties under both the NRCA Act and the WLPA, a body corporate who commits an offense under the legislation will be liable to a fine not exceeding 10 million Jamaican dollars. It is known that in many instances, corporations are more likely to be susceptible to deterrence-based strategies than is the case with individual offenders. Mr. Speaker, colleagues should recall that Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation, in his budget presentation for the 2024-25 fiscal year indicated that the penalties under both the NRCA Act and the WLPA would be increased. It was noted that the monetary penalties did not serve as a deterrent to the commission of the prescribed offenses, nor did they adequately reflect the gravity of these offenses. Hence, the proposed amendments to the NRCA Act and the WLPA are pursuant to the Prime Minister's directives. Indeed, the review and subsequent update of these penalties is necessary and appropriate, and if we are to be frank, colleagues, overdue. Mr. Speaker, in response to the inadequacy of the existing penalties under the NRCA Act and the WLPA, NEPA has instituted a number of cooperative intervention measures to further bolster its monitoring and enforcement regime in fostering a culture of compliance with environmental laws. These measures have included the development of a special monitoring list based on specific criteria, which includes those facilities or developments which require more stringent monitoring. The establishment of a number of interagency partnerships, such as the Interagency Regulatory Monitoring and Review Committee for the bauxite and alumina industry. The expansion of the agency's monitoring activities through the conduct of its environmental wardens who work on the ground. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, regulators must take into account ecosystem functions. This is the basis of why we enforce environmental laws. The ecosystem services that we refer to include provisioning, regulating, cultural, and supporting services. Globally, the cost of pursuing a business as usual scenario is between $2 to $4.5 trillion annually. This is dependent on which UN agency you follow for the estimate. Mr. Speaker, a 2020 ecosystem service and natural resource valuation undertaken by EcoNexus Consulting Services on behalf of NEPA revealed, for instance, that the reefs in Negril provide, being the coral reefs, provide upwards of US $45 million of service and economic value to that community. It should be noted that the EcoNexus study also revealed economic loss associated with declining health of those reefs of $10.9 million annually. Another key tool which must be utilized in determining the level of fines and custodial sentences associated with various environmental offenses is that of a natural resources valuation or natural capital accounting. The NRV is used to assess the market value of nature. The 2021 publication of the Economics of Biodiversity says, in order to judge whether the path of economic development we choose to follow is sustainable, nations need to adopt a system of economic accounts that records an inclusive measure of their wealth. The qualifier inclusive says that wealth includes nature as an asset, and I don't think anyone in this house would disagree. Mr. Speaker, I'll share 2 points of note. The value of Jamaica's coral reefs, as we just discussed, economic measures, is $460 million annually using this system. The value of our rivers is some $6.9 billion annually when you use the NRV. But Mr. Speaker, the prevailing low fines and related custodial sentences have not protected Jamaica's environment. These amendments will allow the courts to impose penalties that are commensurate with the severity of the environmental crimes. The increased penalties coupled with other regulatory action is expected to act as a meaningful deterrent to potential offenders. The level of the monetary penalties and related custodial sentences as proposed in the draft bills are subject to the jurisdiction of the parish courts. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, it is important, however, that this House understands that the penalties that will be applied to offending corporate bodies will be dealt with now by the Supreme Court. Madam Speaker, I will not go through every single fine and every single penalty. However, I would bring colleagues' attention under the NRCA Act before them, page 5, and the third schedule, which goes through those offenses and penalties. I would bring colleagues' attention to the fourth schedule of the WPA, which is before them. That is at page 4 also of that particular piece of legislation. I will highlight a few of the changes that we have made. Now, colleagues, I bring your attention to section 12.3, which refers to the license for discharge of effluents. Now, the summary of the offenses include discharge on or cause of permit of the entry into waters on the ground or into the ground of any sewage or trade effluent or any poisonous, noxious, or polluting matter, or B, construction or reconstruct or alter any works, the discharge of any sewage or trade effluent or any poisonous, noxious, or polluting matter without or in non-conformity with a license for the purpose granted by the authority. Madam Speaker, this has moved to a fine not exceeding $5 million or imprisonment not exceeding 5 years. This is up from 100,000 Jamaican dollars, Madam Speaker. This is evidence that this government is particularly serious about protecting our natural waterways. It is why four entities which would have had licenses for discharge of effluent into the Rio Cobre now can safely say they no longer discharge into that river, as the government has worked with them to ensure that discharge no longer takes place. I bring colleagues' attention also to section 13.3 of the WLPA, which speaks to the failure to cease an activity for which no permit or license has been issued by the authority, which is in non-conformity with a permit or license issued by the authority. An environmental impact assessment was not submitted within the time specified by the authority. Now, both of these matters have been particularly topical in recent times, Madam Speaker. Now, for colleagues' clarity, these fines, subject to their approval, will move to $5 million and a prison term not exceeding 3 years. Madam Speaker, this government has consistently demonstrated its commitment to environmental protection. It is why anyone who hinders or obstructs the state in their duties by way of the police or by way of any of the officers of NEPA or any of our other environmental agencies and are found guilty of obstructing any of our officers, a fine will move from 50,000 to 3 million Jamaican dollars, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for bodies corporate, we will no longer allow the $50,000 and $100,000 fines in either WLPA or for the NRCA legislation. We will move to allow judges to impose fines not exceeding 10 million Jamaican dollars, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a profound change in our enforcement regime for environmental matters. Madam Speaker, the increase in fines is what is before us for consideration today. I wish to assure colleagues that NEPA and the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation consulted widely, both with appropriate state organs and indeed other national stakeholders. I invite colleagues to contribute to the debate and ultimately make their names register as supporting these important pieces of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from St. Andrew.
Western.
Western.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me commend the Minister on his maiden piloting of a bill in this House. And it is appropriate that it be two pieces of legislation affecting a fundamental issue like such as the environment and the impact on the environment by effluent from businesses and other sources. Minister, the opposition supports the effort and the initiative to increase the fines for obvious reasons, because as has been observed and experienced in recent times, the impact on the livelihood of persons who use or benefit from the use of the affected waterways is quite substantial, quite significant. And the inadequacy of the bills, of the existing legislation, has become quite apparent. One question I'd like to ask you, Minister, is that even as the opposition supports this initiative to amend the bill, the legislation in the ways that the bill proffers, I would want to be assured that there has been the necessary consultation in industry generally, because these pieces of legislation will affect a broad range of industries, including, I'm aware, industries in the constituency that I represent, which is as the largest industrial belt in Jamaica. And there have been, over time, concerns about effluent going into gullies and rivers and drains that are having a negative impact on adjoining communities. And I would want to know that the consultation has been widespread, because I believe the implication of this is going to be significant. There's no question in my mind that investments would have to be made by industries, businesses, to ensure that their operation, their technology, use of the technology that are in use are aligned to this piece of legislation, so that some of the incidents or the spillage that occur will be minimized, if not eliminated. And so I'd be concerned that the consultation has been broad-based, widespread, and that there's a clear understanding and appreciation of what this piece of legislation or these pieces of legislation will mean for businesses, existing businesses, that needs to adjust their operation in a way to bring them in conformity with what is now being proposed because it will have significant impact, including on custodial, both the fines and custodial sentences. Mike, but the opposition offers no objection to the bill. We request some explanation as to the processes, the procedures undertaken to ensure that there's broad-based understanding by industry, and of course, education that must come with it when this bill is passed, Minister.
Member from St. Mary Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, there's just one concern I have here, and I'm not aware that it is covered in interpretation part of the NRCA Act. And I'm referring to the third schedule on page 6, and reference there is made to water, into water. Is the Parliament, or can the Parliament be assured that this refers to rivers as well? Because in this particular scenario, this is the main concern that we are dealing with, settling something. So can we be assured that discharging on our cause and our permitting the entry into waters on the ground or into the ground or any sewage covers rivers? We need to know that.
Member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the two amending bills, the one entitled the Act to amend the National Resource Conservation Authority Act, and the one entitled an Act to amend the Wildlife Protection Act. Madam Speaker, the amendments being proposed today are important. They have been called for a very long time. We have been slow in updating penalties on the various pieces of legislation. As the minister with responsibility for the bill indicated, the Prime Minister had put the country on notice that these amendments were coming because they have been called for. When monetary penalties are not updated, they become ineffective. And that is what has happened to numerous monetary penalties on the various pieces of legislation. But, Madam Speaker, the move today is important for other reasons. The Constitution of Jamaica at section 13, subsection 3, clause L, guarantees a right to enjoy a healthy and productive environment, free from the threat of injury or damage from environmental abuse and degradation of the ecological heritage. This is a right that is guaranteed at the highest level. It came with the 2011 amendments to Chapter 3 when the new Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom was enacted. And Madam Speaker, with the changes taking place in the climate and what we have seen, in addition to other issues in industries, enforcing actions around the environment is critical. And so, as the minister pointed out, that the move is to ensure that there is sufficient deterrence. We really don't want to punish because that is coming after the fact, after the harm has been done. But everyone who threatens the environment should be put on notice that we cannot continue to have it happen, and that when you are found guilty, you will face a serious penalty. So, Madam Speaker, the Act has also done something innovative that we have been doing for a while. It gives the minister with responsibility the power to make orders subject to affirmative resolution to amend the fines that are specified. And this will ensure that the fines do not become so outdated again. It's a shorter method of amending the legislation, and that is reflected in the two bills. Madam Speaker, I want to commend Minister Samuda for the passion that he has brought to these areas, picking up the long outstanding matters and ensuring that they are dealt with. Because the truth is that we cannot continue to not do the things that we say. And so far, the government is showing that there are a number of outstanding things, and we are getting them done because it is in the best interest of the people of Jamaica. So I support the two bills, and I would ask everyone to take the time to familiarize yourself with the laws. Familiarize yourself with the laws. Good things are happening. The amendments are worth the support of all members of the House.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Samuda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to acknowledge and thank colleagues for their support or indicated support thus far in this debate, and thank them for their questions. I want to advise again that there has been significant and widespread consultation with Jamaicans on this matter. After the Prime Minister indicated that this would be the case in his budget presentation, I believe of March last year, we would have subsequently met with all stakeholder groups, whether it is the Small Business Association or the private sector of Jamaica, GHTA, Manufacturers Association. We have had several meetings with stakeholder groups. We've also met with many companies that have had several issues over the past 3 decades, so that they're very clear that it is not business as usual and there will be financial consequences once this matter is complete. So consultation has happened, and I want to assure members of the House and members of the public. I want to also assure the member from Central St. Mary that rivers are indeed included, and rivers are absolutely critical to Jamaica's development. I'll make the point that there are financial consequences in some cases, and will be even greater financial consequences as Jamaica builds out its PPP infrastructure for the development of water supply. There are financial consequences if there are pollution incidents that affect raw water supply into the water treatment of the PPP for the Rio Cobre water treatment facility. So that gives the sort of context that should explain to all Jamaicans that the government has insisted that our rivers are indeed taken control of. The other point that I would make, because it was not widely reported, though uttered by the Prime Minister in this House in a very rich budget speech last year, is that the government is completing the policy work for the establishment of a river control authority, similar to the establishment that exists of the beach control authority. This is particularly important because of the multiplicity of uses of our rivers and the multiplicity of industries that will be impacted every time there is pollution for our rivers. So that work is underway. But I want to close with one point, Madam Speaker. This government has had to explain on multiple occasions in this House and elsewhere why we chose to amalgamate the economic agenda with the agenda of environmental protection. And the underpinning facility, as articulated by Dr. Andrew Holness, is very simple. There will be no prosperity through pollution, and there can be no sustainable economic development through environmental degradation. These two pieces of legislation move us closer to the ability to truly protect our environment, and I ask that the House approves both the Wildlife Protection Amendment Act and the NRCA or the NRC Amendment Act. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Just in terms of housekeeping, Minister, it would be good if Minister Samuda asks that the bills be read a second time in terms of housekeeping. We will elect to go to committee unless, I think it will be tidy on Minister of Finance, and then we will come back and conclude. Do you want to go to, so we'll take both bills. You're thinking to go Minister of Finance as well, members? And then we go to committee only once? So Minister, just ask that both bills be read a second time. You can read them individually.
Madam Speaker, I ask that both an act to amend the Wildlife Protection Act and an act to amend the Natural Resources Conservation Act be read a second time.
Members, the question is that both bills be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clark?
An act to amend the National Resource Conservation Authority Act read a second time. And also an act to amend the Wildlife Protection Act read a second time.
Members? Members, we will allow the Minister of Finance to commence, and then we will go to committee once, and then we'll take all three bills at committee. Members, I've consulted the Hansard writers. Procedurally, it's easier for them if we go to committee and then we come back to finance. So members, Marshall, could you assist us? We are moving into committee phase. All right, members, we are in committee. Minister, how do you want to proceed in respect of the bills? Both have been circulated with the amendments. You can decide if you would like to go through clause by clause or whether or not you would like to take clauses 1 through 9 and then put the title and enacting clause.
Speaker, just to inquire of the minister if there are any substantial amendments. Be- be- beyond the clause relating to the change in the fines. Are there any other substantial, in which case we could take all the clauses?
Agreed, House Leader.
Clause
I
one.
think both for the NRCA amendment bill, it is just the amendment from 2024 to substitute for the numerals 2025
Right.
in clause 1, as likewise in the Wildlife Protection Act in clause 1.
Correct.
Changing
So-
numerals of 2024 to 2025. So we could take both matters on block if that finds favor.
Correct. Madam Chair, the minister is
So,
suggesting
Minister, we
that
take
we
it one at a
en
time.
bloc.
So
Yes.
we will first take an act to amend the Wildlife Protection Act amendment.
Yes.
And we would put to the
clause-
committee
clauses
clauses 1 through 9.
Yes.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I now put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Very clear.
Yes.
Chair, you asked for 1 through 9, but it has the amendment, the Act 2024, and
You mentioned that.
Yes,
And that's
I'm-
included.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
No, that's
The
included. in-
amendments were circulated.
Right.
And the two amendments, as House Leader asked, were minor amendments. So one was to delete the words enactment and substitute thereafter with be enacted and continuing. And the other one was to delete 2024 and make 2025. So they were simple. So I am now going to put clauses 1 through 9, including the two amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
No, for the
The
second.
question?
The second bill?
No, I'm doing one bill at a time.
Yes.
So I'm just going to have this one. The question is that I do report this bill as having passed committee stage with two amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Now we will take the second bill. Second bill is an act to amend the National Resources Conservation Act, January 14, 2025. Once again,
Madam Chair, just for good order, it is, you said national as opposed to natural resources conservation. So just for the answer.
it says national. isn't it?
Natural, yes.
Where?
It does say national.
It's correct elsewhere. All right.
So
It's Madam Chair, that was just for good order.
It's only
In the prompt?
incorrectly typed here on the prompt. It is
Okay.
correct on the bill, Minister.
Sure.
So reading from the amendments to the bill, the Natural Resources Conservation Authority Amendment Bill 2025. Again, two simple amendments, the same, to delete the words enactment and to replace it, be it enacted by Parliament of Jamaica. And the second, the long title, to delete the numbers 2024 with the passage of time. The bill is now 2025, so two simple amendments. So, Minister, if it is in favor with you, I would want to put clauses 1 through 15 to the House. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I would like to put clauses 1 through 15 as amended by these two simple amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. And finally, I would like to put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with two amendments. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We're back in the House. Members, Again, we will complete in respect of Minister Samudo. We are backing the House. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 2 amendments in respect of the act to amend the Wildlife Protection Act. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Wildlife Protection Act, read a third time and passed.
I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 2 amendments in respect of an act to amend the Natural Resources Conservation Act 2025. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now ask again that this bill be read a third time.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Natural Resource Conservation Authority Act, read a third time and passed.
Minister Williams?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to introduce the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, with strong macroeconomic fundamentals, this government was able to introduce measures aimed at facilitating trade, reducing administrative inefficiencies, and offsetting the loss in purchasing power to citizens as a result of global inflationary pressures. Madam Speaker, this government has been able to create some fiscal space through the progress made in improving the general macroeconomic conditions and reducing the country's debt. With the available space created, and in keeping with the overarching policy agenda, the revenue measures introduced for financial year 2024-2025 by Ministry Paper number 11/24, dated March 12, 2024, aimed to further improve productivity by stimulating investments in renewable energies. The revenue measures also aimed to provide support for companies providing trust and corporate services, low-income earners, and vulnerable groups such as pensioners. These efforts ensured that the most affected populations received targeted assistance, reinforcing social equity. Madam Speaker, by creating an enabling fiscal environment through these measures, this government is working to strengthen its economic framework while addressing social and environmental challenges. This balanced approach underscores this government's commitment to fostering economic growth, reducing inequity, and building a more sustainable future. Madam Speaker, the following measures were introduced as part of this fiscal year's budget presentation. They are as follows. Number 1, a 25% income tax rate for companies providing trust and/or corporate services that are not engaged in other activities. This is to reduce ambiguity and dispel anxiety amongst the industry players. Number 2, reduction of the corporate income tax rate for independent power producers producing 75% or more of their energy from wind and/or solar, and the corporate income tax rate to be reduced from 33 1/3% to 25%. Number 3, increases in the age and pension exemptions from $80,000 each to $250,040 each. Number 4, an increase in the annual personal income tax threshold from $1,500,096 to $1,700,088. An increase in the maximum participating voting share capital for the junior stock exchange from 500 million, Madam Speaker, to 750 million. The amendments contained in the bill relate to companies providing tax and/or corporate services. The House is asked to note that the International Corporate and Trust Providers Act 2017 was amended in 2021 to, among other things, change the name of the act to the Trust and Corporate Services Providers Act and expand the scope of the legislation to be generally applicable to both international and domestic trust and corporate services providers. The amendments to the Act were in keeping with Jamaica's overall thrust to improve its anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism, AML-CFT framework, based on the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, CFATF, Mutual Evaluation Report on Jamaica in 2017, and allowed for an improvement in the regulatory requirements for providers of trust and corporate services. The amendments to the Trust and Corporate Services Act allowed for companies providing trust and corporate services to be regulated by the Financial Services Commission, the FSC. These companies are therefore now regulated companies and under the Income Tax Act should be subject to the corporate income tax rate of 33 1/3%. But Madam Speaker, subjecting these companies to the 33 1/3 corporate income tax rate, however, is not consistent with the prevailing tax policy intent of this government. As such, the amendment to the Income Tax Act is proposed to apply the 25% corporate income tax rate for providers of these services to eliminate any ambiguity and to dispel anxiety within the industry. It should be noted, Madam Speaker, that the reduced rate does not apply to companies engaged in both the provision of trust and/or corporate services and any other regulated activities within the meaning of the Income Tax Act. Moving now, Madam Speaker, to the independent power producers. To facilitate further investments in renewable energy, this government is proposing to conditionally exclude independent power producers from the definition of regulated company for the purpose of Section 30 of the Income Tax Act. The amendments will reduce the corporate income tax rate from 33 1/3% to 25% for independent power producers that produce 75% or more of their energy from renewable sources such as wind and/or solar, and who are regulated by the Office of Utilities Regulation. These entities will, however, not benefit from the employment tax credit. The objective of the reduction in the applicable corporate income tax rate is to promote the growth of the renewable energy sector, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and enhance energy independence. It is intended, Madam Speaker, to give investors more confidence in the sector, enable access to more capital that can help finance investments in renewable energy technologies, and ultimately lead to further economic growth and development. I turn now to the annual pension exemption and the age relief exemption. This government, Madam Speaker, remains committed to ensuring the adequacy of social protection systems, improving equity and social resilience, and reducing poverty. This government recognizes the financial challenges facing individuals receiving a pension and their vulnerability to the increasing cost of goods and services resulting from inflationary pressures. To further provide protection for this vulnerable group, it is proposed that the Income Tax Act be amended to increase both the annual pension exemption and the annual age relief exemption from Jamaican dollars 80,000 to Jamaican dollars 250,000 and $40 each. This will result in an additional 2,046 taxpayers falling outside of the tax net, and the provision, Madam Speaker, of more disposable income to individuals in receipt of a pension. This took effect on April 1, 2024. Madam Speaker, given the effective date of April 1, 2024, for the increase in the pension exemption from $80,000 to $250,040 for calendar year 2024, prorating of the applicable annual rates is required. As a result, the effective annual exemption for calendar year 2024 is $207,530, calculated at $20,000 for the 3 months, January to March, plus $187,530 for the 9 months, April to December. Madam Speaker, persons eligible for the pension exemption are those in receipt of payment from a statutory pension scheme or an approved superannuation fund. For pensioners under the age of 55, the pension allowance is restricted to their pension income only. Madam Speaker, individuals aged 65 and over are entitled to receive an age exemption that has been increased from $80,000 to $250,040 with effect from April 1, 2024. This change was also prorated for calendar year 2024, resulting in an effective annual allowance of $207,530 for the calendar year. The fourth item is the annual pension income tax threshold. Madam Speaker, this government is also committed to continuing its program of fiscal consolidation and reform. The social protection system has been strengthened, contributing to increased equity, social resilience, and poverty reduction. This government periodically reviews taxes, including personal income tax, expenses, and limitation. And this government increased the annual personal income tax threshold from $1,272,000 to $1,596 effective April 1, 2017, if you all recall. Yes. It was famously called the 1.5. Yes. For fiscal year 2024-25, effective April 1, 2024, the annual personal income tax threshold was increased by this government from $1,500,096 to 1,700,088 for all individuals, whether employed, that is subject to pay as you earn, PAYE, or self-employed. Madam Speaker, with the increase in the income tax threshold taking effect in April 1, 2024, this gave rise to an effective annual threshold for the year 2024 of $1,650,090 as the change was prorated. The impact of the threshold for employed and self-employed persons on a period basis is as follows. For January 1, 2024 to March 31, 2024, the threshold for that period is $375,024. For April 1, 2024 to December 31, 2024, $1,275,066 for an effective threshold for calendar 24 of $1,650,090. And the table shows the weekly as well as the fortnightly as well as the monthly prorating according to those periods. Madam Speaker, as a result of the increases, an individual who receives a pension and is age 65 and over would be entitled to both the pension and the age exemptions, as well as the benefit from the increased income tax threshold, totaling not 1.7, but $2 million, $2,065,150 for 2024, and the full $2,200,168 for the year 2025. We're putting more money back into the hands of persons. Madam Speaker, I love to talk about this one. The increase in the maximum participating voting share equity capital for companies listed on the Junior Stock Exchange. Madam Speaker, companies wishing to participate on the Junior Stock Exchange cannot have a voting share equity capital exceeding $500 million. The current cap of $500 million was imposed to be consistent with the approximate size of medium-sized enterprises and corresponding value of total sales revenue. Madam Speaker, it is asked to note that micro, small, and medium-sized entities listed on the Junior Stock Exchange benefit from a range of tax incentives, such as conditional relief from income tax payments, in addition to exemption from transfer tax and stamp duty on transfer shares over the exchange. Madam Speaker, and I say to all Jamaicans, this government is committed to facilitating further growth of the MSME sector and proposes this amendment to the Income Tax Act as a means of this support. The amendment will increase the cap on voting share equity capital from $500 million to $750 million. This is expected to positively impact the MSME sector, as it will broaden the scope for more MSMEs to benefit from the suite of incentives afforded to these entities. Further, the increase will provide room for these entities to raise capital and improve productivity. This policy is in recognition of the pivotal role that MSMEs play in driving economic growth while promoting and encouraging local entrepreneurship. Madam Speaker, it must be noted, however, that companies on the main stock exchange cannot and will not be able to move to the junior stock exchange because of this increase in the cap. This policy is applicable only for new entrants to the stock exchange. And so, Madam Speaker, when you look at the junior market, recall, colleagues, that this junior market was started under this government. The market capital then, or the value of companies listed in 2009, was $755 million. Today, at the end of December 2024, the market cap of the junior market was $148.5 billion. When you look at performance, if you look at the market index, a mere 150 in 2009. Today, that's 3,735. So can you imagine if you had invested in 2009, how much money you would have right now? Madam Speaker, companies on the junior market have raised over $62.2 billion. As of December 2024, 48 companies were listed. Madam Speaker, 2 companies have transitioned to the main market, so that tells you how much those companies have grown. The companies on the junior market span many sectors: education, finance, manufacturing and distribution, retail, services, insurance, leisure, and technology. There are 72,350 shareholders of the junior market stocks. Madam Speaker, on October 29, 2013, the then Finance Minister announced in this House that the junior market would come to an end by December 21, 2021. Madam Speaker, it is here. Government to phase out JSE junior market benefits in 8 years. It was announced in this House by the then Minister, Dr. Peter Phillips, Minister of Finance, 2013. Right. Yes. So, but we committed to the junior market, and we have seen the performance. It has allowed companies to raise capital to the tune of $62.2 billion. It was only on the eve of the 2016 election, as they were looking at losing that election, that the minister announced that they had no plans to phase out the market. Too late. It was too late. This junior market is a making of this administration, because we understood what it meant to give companies access to financing, right? And we know what it meant to develop the economy and to create wealth, not just for our Tapanari's friends, but for everybody in Jamaica, to give them access.
Anthony understands.
So, Madam Speaker.
Minister,
yes.
I didn't hear what you said at all, because you turned all the way around and you weren't speaking into the mic. I will ask that you repeat the statement you made last.
Okay, so Madam Speaker, this government created, gave birth to the junior market. And I've listed the amount of capital that has been raised on the junior market to help companies to expand. But I also want Jamaicans to remember that it was the former Minister of Finance in 2013 that said the junior stock exchange will come to an end by December 21, 2021. Madam Speaker, the junior market has grown and prospered because we understood what it meant for companies to have options to gain access to finance, to expand, to hire more people, to create jobs. We understood that. And Madam Speaker, it was only on the eve of the 2016 election, when they saw that they were going to lose it, that they said, oh, we will keep the junior market, Madam Speaker. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, we understand how to create wealth in this country. And the wealth we create is broad-based. It's not just for the Tapanaris friends that we may have. It's for everyone. It's broad-based. On the junior market, we have well over, what was the number I gave? We have 72,350 shareholders, and I'm sure, Madam Speaker, if you look at those shareholders, they are ordinary. They are ordinary Jamaicans who have been participating in that market. You were planning to kill it, and we're here to celebrate the success of the junior market. So, Madam Speaker, I will now go through the clauses of the bill. Clause 1, short title and construction. So the name of the bill is to be changed to Income Tax Amendment Act, Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025. The amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act. The definition section of the Act is amended by inserting the definitions independent power producers and amending the definition of regulated company. The amendment to regulated company clarifies the treatment of independent power producers and the persons issued a license under the Trust and Corporate Services Providers Act, which, though regulated in other legislation, will not be liable for the regulated company rate of 33 1/3% in the Income Tax Act. Clauses. Amendment of Section 12 of the Principal Act. Section 12 treats with types of income which are subject to exemption under the Act. It also includes an exemption on a portion of the income of pensioners and individuals over the ages of 55 and 65 who are incapacitated. The provisions originally treated periods from 2009 onwards as one due to the consistency of the rate. The amendment now provides for each category of person the extended rate from 2010 to 2023 and imposes the new rates for 2024 onwards. The 2024 year of assessment will have two rates, capturing the rate from January to March 2024 at a pro rate of the existing rate and April to December at a prorated portion of the new rate, with 2025 and onwards attracting the total new rate. Amendment to Section 30 of the Principal Act. This provision in the Act indicates the applicable rates for income tax, the period in the legislation in the legislation treats with 2018 to the future. The amendment addresses the period from 2018 to 2023 at A and B, inserts the rates as prorated for January to March, and then prorated for April to December using the new rate. Thereafter, the new rate will be applicable for the future. The amendment in 2 proposes to impose ease of reading in paragraph AB by changing the existing block text to a list and thereafter including the treatment for the current year of assessment. In 3, the bill proposes additional structural amendments to improve ease of reading and inserts the new rates for companies holding a license issued under the Trust and Corporate Services Providers Act. Independent power producers which generate the prescribed percentage of electricity from prescribed renewable sources. Additionally, Madam Speaker, it was noted that the definitions of regulated company and unregulated company were duplicated in the Act. Thus, the amendment proposes that they be deleted from this section. The amendment of Section 32A of the Principal Act. This section treats with application of the employment tax credit. The amendment clarifies that companies holding licenses issued under the Trust and the Corporate Services Providers Act and independent power producers are not eligible persons for the purpose of the employment tax credit. Amendment of Section 67 of the Principal Act. This section treats with the submission of returns by employers for employees whose income exceed a stated amount in each year of assessment. The amendment seeks to reformat the existing section, changing it from a block text to a list indicating the prescribed amount or threshold and its applicable year to improve ease of reading. The addition at 1 and M treat with the inclusion of the new rates prorated for 2024 and fully applied for future years of assessment, respectively. The amendment, Madam Speaker, of Section 68 of the Principal Act. This section treats with the duty of the individual to notify the commissioner where their income exceeds a stated amount in a stated year. The amendment changes the marginal note to be more generic, removing the need for changes in the future. The amendment also reformats the existing text from block text to a list to improve ease of reading. The amendment also inserts the prorated amounts for year of assessment 2024 and indicates the rate for the future. The amendment of Section 93 of the Principal Act. This is an amendment to the provision outlining the powers of the minister. The new insertion provides the minister with the power to prescribe the percentage of electricity which independent power producers must generate and the sources from which the electricity is to be generated. The policy rationale is that the percentage and energy sources should be easy to amend as the energy needs of the country evolve. And finally, Madam Speaker, amendment to the 7th schedule to the Principal Act. This amendment increases the voting capital ceiling for subscribers in the junior stock exchange from $500 million to $750 million. Madam Speaker, I now invite members of this honorable House to support the passage of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Member from St. James, West Central.
Not you.
My mic was.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I defer to the opposition spokesman?
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, what the minister has gone through is really a repeat and a regurgitation of what the previous minister announced in the budget debate in March of 2024. And the legislative amendments are being brought in to bring those things into effect. But in essence, I suppose because of the season that we're in, we're repeating for good effect. But I just asked the minister to, since we are in the business of repeating, just remind the country of what those revenue measures will cost the Treasury, please. Thank you.
Yes, member from St. James, West Central.
Madam Speaker, let me just say that I rise to support the bill amending the Income Tax Act. The minister has indicated the changes being effected by the bill. Madam Speaker, the Income Tax Act is a very difficult act to read. It has so many amendments. It's just a nightmare for practitioners. But I rise to speak not on the minister's substantive area, but on what is stated in the Memorandum of Objects and Reason of the opportunity being taken to restructure existing text in sections of the Act to make the text easier to read and to comprehend. Madam Speaker, this is a commitment of the Wholeness Administration to ensure that our laws can be read more easily. And the Income Tax Act is a complex piece of legislation. So, Madam Speaker, as I support the work being completed by the minister and the opposition members' contribution shows a stark difference in the approach of this side and that side, because the financial arrangements of the country have been untidy. And when policy is taken, oftentimes those policies have to be reflected in legislative amendments. And Madam Speaker, for years, the work is done at one level, announcements are made in the budget, and they fall short of being reflected in the bill. So I commend the minister for ensuring that the announcements made have made it through to the amendments in the legislation. Very important work. The bill is complex, but also to invite those who use the bill or use the Income Tax Act to look at this amending bill and see where we are taking our legislation, to make them easier to read, to have the provisions set out in very clear and simple language to the extent that they can be simple. And this bill achieves that in addition to finalizing the announcements that were made in the budget debate. The bill, Madam Speaker, should be supported.
Thank you. Minister?
All right, member, to clarify the 25% income tax rate for companies providing trust and corporate service, there was no revenue impact of that. To reduce the corporate income tax rate from 33.33% to 25% for independent power producers producing at least 75% of their energy from renewable sources. The revenue impact was $31 million. To have the increase in the pension and exemption and age relief exemption to $250,400, that was $1 billion, a little over $1 billion. To provide the increase in the annual general personal income tax threshold, that was $8.9 billion. And to increase the maximum participating voting share capital for the junior stock exchange from 500 million to 750 million, there was no revenue impact. But when you look at the fact that companies on the junior market have been able to raise over $62.2 billion over that time, you can see the economic impact from that and how that feeds into our budget and into increasing employment in the country. Thank you.
Minister. Ask that. Minister. Ask that the bill be read a second time, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now conclude the debate on the bill and ask that it be read a second time.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it, Clerk.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act, read a second time.
Marshall. Minister. Members, we are now at committee stage. I see one amendment, Minister. Could you guide us as to how you would like to proceed? So one amendment circulated with a change from 2024 to 2025 in the name. Other than that, I'm not sure if you have any other amendments to put forward. So Minister, please guide us.
Okay. Madam Speaker, there are, I think, 9 amendments that I went through as I was doing the presentation. So I am okay with taking them en bloc.
I put clauses 1 through to clause 9. Those in favor? I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? There is one amendment to the title and enacting clause, which is a correction from 2024 to 2025. Those in favor of the title and enactment clause as amended, in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We're back in the House. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
Minister, before we conclude, could you just take a look at one notation? In clause 1, the act may be cited as the income tax amendment. It actually had number 2 in bracket. Is number 2 to be removed?
Yes, the name of the bill is to be changed to Income Tax Amendment Act, Bill 2025.
If they have a problem or correction,
The name of the bill is to be changed to Income Tax Amendment Act 2025.
We are going back to committee stage. So members, just for your understanding, the team would normally complete a bill document, which we would sign at the end of the third reading of the bill in allowing it to pass. So there is a slight change here that was not included on the amendment document submitted to the House, and it was not pointed out specifically either by the minister. What we try to do is to just double check with the team from the ministry if there are any other amendments. So we are providing that support as well to the minister from within the House of Parliament. So apologies to Minister, we have one amendment that is not included on the amendment sheet. And what we would do is ask that you now dictate how you would want to word that amendment. A simple delete the word and number 2 in the first paragraph would suffice.
That amendments come from where? The ministry?
From the ministry.
And the bill came from the ministry?
Yes. However,
prepared
that
by
error,
them?
yes.
And they're
yes.
correct in the House?
Unfortunately. Could simply go with delete the words, open quote, or open quotation, NO.2, close quote, and that's it.
Right. So, Madam Speaker, I am seeing, I do have the words that I should be using. So for the long title, delete the words Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Act 2024 and substitute therefore the words Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 in the long title. So for the words of enactment, delete the words of enactment and substitute therefore the following: be it enacted by the Parliament of Jamaica by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Representatives of Jamaica and by the authority of the same as follows. Delete the numerals 2024 and submit therefore the numerals 2025 in the long title. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is there anything else?
Minister, we're clear. So the long title, delete the word income tax amendment number 2, Act 2024, and substitute therefore the words income tax amendment bill 2025. And that's very clear. So that would be one amendment. Next amendment would be in the
bill, the act is cited, the short title of the act is the Income Tax Amendment Act, not bill. Bill, you had said bill. Yes.
I use the word bill, act.
Yes.
So the short title was fine. An act to amend the Income Tax Act was fine. That's the header for the bill. The short title and construction has one amendment. It has one amendment, number 2, and remove 2024 and replace with 2025. All right? And then the standard replacement of deleting enactment and substitute therefore the following, and read by the minister, be it enacted by the parliament. So it's actually 3. Still 2?
Madam Speaker, the bill that is on the floor, that is in my hand, has the correct words of enactment. Clause 1, however, needs to be amended to delete number 2 and also to replace 2024 with 2025. Those are the, indeed, right, yes. And those
That's
have
really
been
2 amendments in one
indicated.
line, which is really one amendment. It's really one amendment.
If that is how it is counted,
Yes,
then
that's
that is
how
what
it's
it
counted,
is.
'cause
It's really
it
the
is in one
short
line.
title that is changed.
So the short title read before the act may be cited as the Income Tax Amendment number 2, Act 2024, and it will now read the act may be cited as Income Tax Amendment Act 2025. So members, we will treat that as one single amendment, even though it's 2 things within a line. So it's one amendment. Let me just go back. So members, we are back to the title and enacting clause. So members, I will now put clause 1 as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. So members, coming from committee, we still have one amendment. The one amendment has been now adjusted and reads differently. However, we continue to have one amendment to, yes, we continue to have one amendment. So, no man, we are back into committee. We are not finished at committee yet. So I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. We now go back to the House. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act, read a third time and passed.
House Leader, that concludes.
Madam Speaker, I just want to thank members of the House for staying through and for working so hard today, the first day of the 2025. And this perhaps is a good statement of how hard we're going to be working in this year. It is not intended, Madam Speaker, to do any further business today. I therefore move for the adjournment of the House for a date to be fixed.
The question is that we adjourn the House for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable House now stands adjourned.